Good morning. My name is Carol Rosin. In 1974, I was introduced to the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. In my first meeting with him, during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, "Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space." He said, "No, you have to understand. This is February, and we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. There are many enemies," he said, "against whom we're going to build this space-based weapon system, the first of whom was the Russians, which was existing at that time. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids." And then he would repeat to me over and over, "And the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat." Well, at the time, I kind of laughed when he said asteroids, and when he said extraterrestrials, I knew I wasn't going to deal with that subject. And now we hear on the news just today, this week, that they've slid in another enemy. Only this time we're going to protect our satellites. In other words, we have to have some reason to spend these trillions, to waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and they're all lies. This is a system, he told me, that would never protect anyone. Even back then, he talked about suitcase bombs. He talked about chemical, viral, bacterial, biological warfare, that these space-based weapons would never protect us against. And then he told me that, in fact, if you travel around the world, which I did after he died in 1977, I met with people in over 100 countries who were friends. They didn't want to build space-based weapons. I became a space and missile defense consultant. And I worked with people around the world. I became an advisor to the People's Republic of China. They don't want to build a space-based weapon system. And he told me back then that they didn't. He said, "Go to Russia. They're considered to be the enemy." I got on a plane by myself. When I got to Russia, I had a list of people that I had read out of the newspaper. Chernenko was in office then. He was the only one I didn't get a chance to meet. They introduced me to everyone when I got there. And when I got back, I said, "Oh my Lord, this man is telling the truth. There is no threat." And I've been waiting until this day for 27 years, and I'm expecting the spin to happen, because he also explained to me that as a military strategist, as a person who worked on the MX missile, which I did later, he said, "You will find that there is going to be a spin to find some enemy against whom we have to build space-based weapons." And now we should expect the spin, because he said part of the formula for the intelligence community is if they might have a weapon, then we have to consider that they do have these weapons. So now they do have these weapons, so now we have to build these weapon systems. And that's the formula, except that it's all based on a lie. We have witnesses here who have worked in the classified departments who have the courage to come forward here to support what Wernher von Braun told me back in 1974 to 77. And I will testify before the Congress that when I founded the Institute for Security and Cooperation in Outer Space, which I shut down a few years ago because I didn't believe we had a chance with this huge integrated around the world complex weapon system, that we had any chance at all of transforming that war industry into a space industry that could provide benefits, like Dr. Greer has said, of global warming. We can end that situation of that problem. We can end the energy crisis. We can build now non-polluting technologies. Wernher von Braun used to tell me that we could have cars back then that drove around off the ground. He described this to me on beams so that we have no pollution on this planet. And we can solve the problems of the people that are urgent and potential, and the other animals and the other cultures on Earth and in space. And we can end the arms race without dislocating the industry jobs, without disrupting the economy, by transforming, Wernher von Braun told me, the war industry into a global cooperative space industry that will provide, he said, finally, more jobs and profits on this planet than during any hot or cold wartime, more products and services that can be applied directly to solving the problems of this planet. And we can have a whole planet now that lives in peace on Earth, with all the cultures on Earth, and with all the extraterrestrial cultures in space. And these are words that Wernher von Braun told me in 1974, and I will testify before the Congress under oath about everything I have said and more. Thank you.
When I was at Carol Rosen's place, this was back, we were in Ecuador, 2008, 7, something like that, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. We had a lot of conversation. There's a lot of ET activity in South America, more than up here. And Carol was the physicist who worked with Wernher von Braun. And Wernher was the guy who said, hey, you need to be aware that this is the plan. They're going to do this, and then they're going to do that, and then they're going to fake this ET attack. And you need to be aware that it's our guys pretending to be ETs. And so that really, and while we were there, there were 4 of us. I think I wrote about this in one of my books, maybe volume 3, but or volume 2, when I was working with Lefty. We were all sitting there, and Carol got up. She went in her office to get something, and all of a sudden we hear this, "Oh my God!" And so the 3 of us. We're all sitting around the table, and we're going to have lunch together. There's 4 women all together, Carol Rosen and myself and 2 others. And she comes out holding this piece of paper that we had heard the printer printing, and it was a document that came out of the blue. And it was addressed to the physicist, the lawyer, the economist, and the seer. And those were the 4 women who were there. And I was so shocked about the fact that this message came across her printer with nobody sending it. And I don't even remember what the message was. I was shocked because I wasn't the lawyer, and I wasn't the economist, and I wasn't the physicist. So that meant I had to be the seer. And I had always thought of seers as these, I don't know, amazing people who had all these magical skills. And I did have a lot of ability to see and hear and move around in various dimensions, but I had never given myself that title, which was, from my point of view, such a shock that later I was like, what did that message say? And I was going to call Carol not too long ago and say, Carol, do you remember what they said in that paper? And it was some kind of message for all of us to be aware of about ETs. And I don't remember what it was, because I was so taken up by the fact that, oh my God, they consider me a seer. So, I got all caught up in my own self-importance and missed the whole friggin' message. It was like, you idiot. So later I felt like, I had missed the whole thing. But for me, it had been this graduation moment to a place where I realized, oh, I really can see. I do see. That's what I do. I see. So I'm a seer. And that was, quite a shock at that time.
So you said something about you getting a bit of a warning that they might try to do a fake ET invasion and blame you and then take everybody out. So what's that about? Why would they do that?
Because in Carol's, and Carol has publicly stated this warning number of times, watch out, there may be a false flag, and it may be dubbed ETs, and it would be our excuse to bomb some things or take out some cities or take out some factories or all sorts of things. And it wouldn't be ETs at all. It would be that part of the deep state that has developed its own amazing technology, which they have. In terms of Pleiadians, I know them because that's where I come from, okay? So my fear was, I don't want to be associated with ETs if they're going to be made out to be the bad guys. That was my thinking at the time. Since then, my attitude has been, wait a minute, that's, you need to be aware that that may happen. There's been a lot of talk, and for years, Carol has talked about that, read, written things about that, given speeches about it, etc. And that isn't my experience with these beings, these other people, as Leffengood called them. He referred to them as other forms of people. And I was like, oh, wow. The ones I have dealt with don't always look like human people, like Earth humans, but they're humanoid. And so I very slowly have come to refer to them as either beings or other people, space beings, or ETs, extra dimensional beings. So that's, I'm at this point of, we really need to speak some truth here, because we can't be trying to, how do I say, we can't be trying to cover or make nice with something that somebody gets a head start in making ugly. It's too hard, and maybe by telling some truth, people will not be so inclined to do that sort of thing, to get involved in that kind of action or that kind of belief or that kind of blaming. Right now, everybody's doing nothing but blaming everything all over the place. You cannot have any power unless you take responsibility. And that is the bottom line with power. So that has to be dealt with. So now that's why I want to speak up a little. And I feel like I don't have a whole lot to say. I just have my perspective, but I'll share my perspective for whatever it's worth. And hopefully some people will get some clarity, or a little more clarity, about other forms of life and other people from other places, or people from here in other dimensions that they haven't quite learned to get into those dimensions, but they're there. And we have to start amping up our understanding of the nature of reality. Absolutely. Otherwise, we're just going to wink out as a civilization. We won't make it.
So isn't Wernher von Braun a German scientist who, so do you know of this person? Have you met this person? So, because you're talking as if you had a conversation with him.
No, he's passed away. He's been gone for quite a long time. I don't know when he died exactly. But, it wasn't 100 years ago. So if I looked it up, we would probably say, oh, he lived until the 80s or something like that, or the 90s. I'm not sure. But Carol is my age. She's a physicist. She worked with him. And he's the one who said, here's the plan, and you need to be aware and beware of the story, the false flag kind of garbage that's going to be shoved at you, and it's not going to be true. And I have really been part of my own hope is that there can be this maturing process of perspective and understanding of how many other forms of life there are. And Wernher was, my own personal view of him is that he was aware and involved with ETs to some extent. Not as much as I think he would have liked, but this is just intuitive information. There are ETs who have been working with the U.S. for a long time, U.S. government, And you can go back and listen, read, watch, all kinds of stuff. And I think the one that is maybe the most valuable was J-Rod. He was a small gray, and he worked with a couple people that are current today. And I don't know when he actually had a chance to get back through a dimensional window, and his buddy here said, okay, he sent him back, and I guess he really got in trouble for that. And he had quite a bit of harassment for that. But I think it was best in the long run. My experience has not been through any sort of space program in the sense of somebody's trying to develop some technology. My whole reason for coming here was to teach people about the mind and consciousness so that they can move to a level of understanding that opens the door to the rest of the solar system and the galaxy, and invites or gets us an invitation into the galactic community is what I call it, the other beings who are here, and we have to be very, very discerning.
Because a lot of people talk about this, so that humanity is not ready to handle other races. Do you think we are?
I think we have to be. Some people are not. Some people are already dealing with other races of beings. When it comes right down to the bottom line, I think it's really important that we start taking baby steps. You can't get your mind around this whole thing in an afternoon or even a week. It is too, when you come face to face, I don't know what it is about other beings' energy form. You know, they are energy just like we are. And when you come face to face with that, there's this primal reaction. Is the only way I know of to describe it. And you have to have, it's better, let me say it this way, it's better if you have done some thinking and some really deep kind of soul searching on your own part, and have really thought about the world and what about the world, and what do you know about it outside of your usual box, outside of your usual dogma. So I think we need to know, and we need to know now. Some people, of course, are not going to pay any attention. Other people are going to say, oh, this isn't enough, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's some people who are already dealing with other beings and who are absolutely forbidden to say so. But I'm not forbidden to say anything, because these have all been very personal experiences that have been going on for a very long time. And I never had a context for really talking about them. Nobody in my family was ever interested in that. And the couple times I tried to bring it up and mention it, people's eyes glazed over, or they laughed out loud, or made some stupid comment, and I was like, well, okay, they're not ready to hear anything I have to say. The few times that I tried to, that I could not believe that other people did not have or did not hear or were not aware of the experience that we were all having, that was an eye-opener for me. And it was a real stepping stone in terms of my understanding of consciousness. So there's a lot of reasons to need to know why. What I think people couldn't handle is that not only that primal reaction that just goes right to the gut, heart, core of you. That's the kind of, it's an almost paralyzing kind of reaction. And you have to allow yourself to have that reaction and just freeze for a few minutes in order to assess yourself, in order to allow yourself to adjust. That's really, really important. And I think in terms of what we couldn't handle, what would be difficult, we could handle it. We are going to have to handle it. Would be the immense power of consciousness and intelligence, the tendency for those beings to only want to communicate telepathically, the fact that we can pick up that telepathy, and that right there, whoop, pulls the rug right out from under your whole perception of what is woo-woo, and therefore can be discounted or ignored or made fun of, or we can pretend that doesn't have anything to do with us, or we can begin to realize, oh wow, there are some capacities here that we haven't even allowed ourselves to begin scratching the surface of those capacities. The things the challenges, the things that we would have to then face, I think they fall into two categories, maybe three, but basically two. One is personal. The first thing that you experience when you come face to face with an ET, once you get past the primal fear, is as you look at them and what we do as humans with our human consciousness is we look at something and we align or realign or reorganize our frequencies to kind of be in alignment with that thing, that object, that story, that vision, that artwork, that whatever it is, that activity that we are giving witness to. And that reorganization and realignment of our frequency set to align with that one, that's massive, because their frequency set is a lot different than ours. And so there's this moment of, I think I'm going to collapse because all the frequencies rearrange. In order to know the other, you have to at some point align yourself to some extent with that other set of frequencies. So that need to realign, to reshape, to reorganize your own set of frequencies in order to perceive another set and kind of empathize, sympathize, get in there and feel, what is this person about? That's a huge, huge shock to the system. And then how would it change? A lot of changes. Once you get introduced to a set of concepts that are different, higher, more, in some ways more free, in other ways vastly more controlled than what we have here, then you come face to face with the need to choose. What do you want? How do you want to live? Is there some middle ground? Yeah, there's a lot of middle ground. If you don't even know that this other exists over here, then you really don't, you're just not, you don't even have a choice. You only think you have choices. And if the choices are coming from propaganda and it's control choices, then it's even less. And so in terms of challenges, the challenges to our ideas of like simple questions like, who said you could come here and visit Earth? Do you have a family? Where's your people? How'd you get here? What sort of equipment did you use? And you begin to understand that ability to engineer, to self-guide, self-govern, to understand the kinds of concepts that you have to understand in order to be able to travel anywhere, whether you're traveling by dissolution and reassembly or whether you're traveling by spaceship or some other method altogether. You still have these massive challenges to yourself. If you see if you've ever been on board a ship and you see how clean, how tightly organized. You see the technology that they have, like whoo. Then you begin to look at what we have as a bunch of tinker toys. People tinkering with all kinds of equipment, hoping it's going to do this or do that or do whatever, and they don't have the basic concepts that would allow them to do anything more than tinker with this engine or that set of hydraulics or whatever, that tool and die. That is not how things are built or manufactured or engineered among other races. And then I think the issue of relationships, wow. The consciousness that they have, the way they know what you're thinking, how do they do that? What is the thing that gives them the ability to know what we're thinking? It's the exact thing I just said that we would be shocked at. They have the ability to tune their whole system into us and experience us while they're experiencing themselves at the same time. So they know what we're saying, what we're thinking, what we're feeling, what we're going to do before we know it, almost, because they're reading the frequencies and they're reading it within themselves. So that pulls a whole lot of issues right to the foreground. Everything to do with government, with finance. They don't have money. What do they have? What they have is this amazing consciousness that manifests things out of thin air because they know how to do that in many, many cases. Not all of them do that, but many of them do. And the ones that don't do that typically don't do that for some very specific reasons that have to do with their own culture. But when you don't have, when you have the ability, let's say it this way, when you have the ability to just reorganize frequencies into a matrix that then produces the matter, the material matter, the 3D stuff that we can put our hands on, what do you need money for? If you don't have money, then what do you recognize as power? Because that's power here. The other thing is oil, gas, the ability to send a spaceship up. We're really pretty primitive. We're like kids playing in the sandbox to them. So there's a lot of challenges to how we would see and think about things, how we would see our world. One of the things that you go through is this, you go through this period where you look at the world around you and you're like, this is a mess. This is rinky-dink. Once you've seen the kinds of systems that they have implemented, the way that we communicate is so fraught with difficulties and misunderstandings and biases and so many of those kinds of things. Thousands and thousands. Just look at all the books behind me. Books. They don't really have a lot of books, if any. They have a book is contained in a little bit of writing. That's the whole book. And so it's a whole different way of organizing information. So those are some of the things that we would then have to deal with.
But that doesn't mean that all of a sudden we'd all be going off into space, that we would be invited to go off into space. Would it?
Oh, no. Not even close. No, you don't get an invitation to go to space. Not very often. I mean, there are slaves, people who get kidnapped and sent into space and never come back here. But to go and think you're going to go on a journey to wherever and then turn around and come back. The challenges in just living on board a ship are great, and there's quite a bit of training that goes with that. Uh, that's something that a lot of people I don't even think would be interested in getting on a ship and going into space. Some would. Some would. And I think that we have to recognize that just as in most of those groups of beings, they have a group civilization that stays at home, and then they have others who we would say are seafaring or skyfaring or cosmos faring people who go out on ships and who look at what's going on in the rest of the world. What can they learn? If you're fairly self-sufficient, then you can go and you can learn a lot, and you can bring that information and that wisdom back to your own people. If you have people that have some sort of need, then that may be another factor that pushes them out into other locations. Some people have a need to conquer, so there's that. And there's just a lot. If you're going to know that spaceships exist, that doesn't mean that everybody's job is going to end tomorrow and they're going to sit back and say, well, I don't think I should have to work. You guys should just manifest that. Learn how to do that, okay? So I don't have to go to work. But the whole system fits together as one. You can't just pull the plug on one thing and say, we're not going to make materials anymore. We're just going to manifest what we need on the spot. That is the true definition of abundance, the ability to manifest what you need without delay. All that other abundance is pie in the sky stuff, in my humble opinion. But you can't pull that engineering piece out or that manufacturing piece out without wrecking transportation, communication, food systems, financial systems. We have a system here. And that system would undergo tremendous shock, and that's really why you need to step into this slowly and wisely.
So you're going to talk about this a little bit later, where you're from, but from experiences that you've seen, what happens when a civilization becomes more, is introduced to this kind of event, to disclosure? Do you see that it either there's like 90% chance that it will evolve and move forward, or can everybody go crazy and then they reject it, or what is the thing, what can happen?
I haven't seen that much, so I can't really say. I have seen a little, and I only have two examples, and that is of a conquered people who went berserk and said, I'd rather be dead than do this kind of thing. And then, but they had no preparation, nobody was being honest with them, etc. And then there are other civilizations in which the leadership steps up, takes a role, says, this is what we're dealing with. This is what you need to be aware of. This is what we're going to do. We're going to begin including this in our thinking, in our planning, in our communication. We're going to learn. We're going to enter into agreements or whatever. And they proceed in a much more reasonable way. That's really the bottom line. You can either have a surprise takeover or you can have a slow introduction. If the people say, we don't want any part of that, and they say as a group, we want no part of that officially, then theoretically, ETs are supposed to say, okay, we won't bother you. That doesn't always happen, but that's the way it's supposed to work. And there's a hands-off kind of attitude that is very powerful and very beneficial. What happens in some of those cases is that the people eventually say, okay, we're getting on board. But a lot of time can go by, a couple hundred years, before people really get it. And so we'll see.
So has that happened already here? So, because a lot of people say that there was more advanced technology here not that long ago. So has it happened here that we evolved to a certain point and then went back, or are we at the point in our current civilization as this is where we're at?
We've had very much more advanced technology, not once, not twice, but at least 3 times that I know of. I think for whatever reason, the step of embracing the advanced consciousness so that people can begin moving in that direction is such I'm going to use the word frightening thing. It's such a massive step. It's a frightening step in many ways, because there's a thing at the base of that. There's a precept at the base of that, and that precept is you either grow up and learn to get off the planet and survive, or you go down with your planet, because all planets are limited and they have certain issues, and many of them are associated with a sun or star. Stars have certain behaviors. Planets are subject to their sun or their star, and oh my, there's a lot of challenge there, a lot. And so the challenge is exactly that. You either grow up and learn to move around in such a way that you're no longer tied to the planet in case the planet goes berserk. And the planet, I shouldn't talk like that. I shouldn't say the planet goes berserk. Just know that there are dynamics that are operational constantly in every solar system. Every solar system. And some of the dangers, they're common, but because we have such a small lifespan, it's only 60, 70, 80 years, many people don't experience it. However, there is in the geological record and in the fossil record and in the petroglyph record, all of these things that have happened in our solar system. And those are the things that take us back to primitive. And so those we survive, yeah, but we're back to, hunting and gathering or trying to survive. And the invitation, the possibility, the opposite option, which is learn to get off the planet and move around and get out of the way if your planet is having a little difficulty, which is almost always temporary. And then there's a long period of quiet, and we start over again, and kaboom, it all falls apart again for one reason or another, because that is the nature of a physical planet. However, the thought of leaving our beloved Earth and going out there in space and maybe not even wanting to come back here, that's very daunting. And it's these are massive challenges to any race of beings. Massive, because interactions between planets, sometimes planets will get a little bit out of alignment. When that happens, oh my, there can be massive plasma discharges that fry an entire side of a planet. And then if you have volcanic innards, what you have when you start with this push and pull, 2 planets pushing and pulling at one another, volcanic activity all over the place, and people just get fried because lava's rolling here and there. If you have a water planet, which we have, water's rolling everywhere, and people get wiped out because everybody always builds along the coastline, and 50% of our people are on the coastline right now. So there's issues there. These are big choices that we have to make. And they're evolutionary choices as well.
Can we assume at this time that the introduction that is coming will be from benevolent beings? In other words, while we haven't been taken over, like in a way that we see physically, we could have been infiltrated in other ways. But at this time, what could you tell people to say your impression is as who is going to be introduced?
I don't know who's going to be introduced. I have no certainty. However, I'll say this. There's the reason that I came here was to counter some beings who were already here, who were already working to take over. And the only policy that is acceptable to other races with integrity is to advance the consciousness of the people on the planet. And if that doesn't happen, then it's not going to happen. And depending on what you need that planet for, or what you're getting from that planet, there can be a million different ways that that planet is handled once it has been taken over. So some of those are practical, some of them are good, some of them are, one of the nicest things is to be a planet where beings come, like the Earth would become Andromeda's Acapulco, or that kind of thing. People come to the Earth for a vacation because it's beautiful, because it's rich in terms of sensory input, because it's stable, because. If you are a source of other things, then there's difficulty. And once the takeover occurs, then it's very difficult to rise above that. Very difficult. It really doesn't happen.
Either the infiltrators will, take over that way, and then there's no, fight in the sky with plasma weapons and everybody destroying themselves. So to counter that, there's other beings, such as the race line that you're from, who will come and try to infiltrate in a way to assist. So it's both kind of infiltration. One has an agenda to try to bring humanity forward, and the other one is a takeover. So is that where we are right now? That there's many different races with different agendas.
Pretty much. That's pretty much it in a nutshell. Yes.
I'm wondering if you're ready to say, if I was to ask you, for example, so who were the beings that you know of, one of the many races that are infiltrating? Who is it that you were aware of that would come? But then we'd get into you talking about the list, so I'm like, yeah. How do we go there? How comfortable are you to go into this topic?
Not very. There's some, hang on a second here. I mean, So I'm not too uncomfortable talking about the Pleiadians, the Sirians, the Arcturians.
Let's go there.
The Evens. Okay.
So
but when you get down to, the Raptors, once you get below that list, I do know a couple people who are Lyrans. But anything else, especially on the list on the right side of that, I have had personal interactions with a few on the left side, of course, the Pleiadians. Okay. I've got some friends who are Arcturians. The list here in terms of Pleiadians, I know them because that's where I come from, okay? But they are sometimes known as Nordics. And here's the problem. Some of them can appear to be what they're not. If they're doing something that there's they think is not good, or they don't want to be blamed for it, they'll appear as somebody else, because quite a few can shapeshift to some degree. And even when they can't shapeshift much at all, almost all of them can, or a good number of them, not all of them, but they can make you see something that is not really in front of you, because they can manipulate frequencies. And so you will think you're seeing a reptilian or something else, and that group then gets the blame for something. So be aware that goes on as well.
If you look at a lot of the stuff out there, many people seem to blame the Pleiadians for mistakes that have happened and things that might have gone wrong. So within a race, even within the race where you're from, we can't say that they're all benevolent towards humanity, because we seem to have the impression that all ETs are good or they're all bad. But within families of those races, could there be that some have less good intentions than others?
In every single race, doesn't matter what you're talking about, there's a range of attitudes and behaviors. For some, that range is very small. For others, it's much broader. And then you have the uniqueness of individuality. It's the same thing with humans. Human beings should understand that all ETs are not the same, and that all ETs from a given group are not the same. They're individuals. They have certain reasons why they do what they do or don't do what they do, attitudes. They have certain passions, certain interests, certain skills, amazing skills. So that range is there in all of them. And to think any different, you're not ready to be dealing with any of them if you think any different. And you do have to have your antenna up and be paying attention, and you have to have some ability, some telepathic ability. Otherwise, you cannot manage your own consciousness, and they will manage it for you. That's a really important piece to keep in mind. And most people don't even ever think about their consciousness. So, for instance, a lot of Pleiadian people, there's all kinds of stories about, this is not part of my experience, okay? But I have read, the little bit that I have read, there's always this element of somebody's blaming somebody for something, and therefore trying to excuse or trying to explain what those guys over there are doing or why they're doing it. In every civilization that gets seeded, whoever seeds them kind of keeps an eye on them. There's a law in the cosmos. If you give birth to it, you're responsible for it, period. So you don't go around seeding and say, good luck, and sail on to the next solar system. It doesn't work that way. You have to keep watching. You have to try to help where you can. It's very similar to raising children. You give birth to these kids, and now they're teens, and they're like, what made me have children? That kind of thing. So it's that same kind of attitude. Let me help where I can. We know the teen years, and that is where this planet is at. A bunch of teenagers. That's a problematic passage in development. And so you try to help, and sometimes there's cyclical things that occur on the planet, in the physical planet itself, wind, weather, etc. And all of that comes together. If it all comes together at a bad moment, then you really need to have a presence in order to be able to get that civilization to survive intact with most of their tools and their educational processes and their system of consciousness. If you lose any one of those, then it's back to go do not collect $200 and we start around the board again. So that's where we're at right now. In terms of the beings, I'll just share a couple of things. A couple of people that I know are Arcturans, are very high in government circles at this point. Some Syrians also. The grays, tall and short grays, most of the short grays I have dealt with have been sort of androids, android kind of beings. The tall grays, much different. And they almost always will present themselves as much more humanoid looking. So they end up looking kind of like Nordics are presented when people draw pictures of Nordics. But when they relax and they're just being who they are, they just look like tall grays. Very, very perceptive, very wise in many cases. I'm not sure that they're always 100% trustworthy, but they're helpful. And they are trying to be helpful. Tall whites, I haven't had hardly any experience with tall whites, but somebody I know has. Dracos, my experience with Dracos was very difficult and disappointing, and that was only because I was trying to work on them without being detected. Cat people, especially in this part of Michigan, I have had several of my students who have reported experiences. I've had one with a Black Panther-like cat that I was just stunned because we don't have panthers in this corner of Michigan. And so after about the third report of that, I realized, okay, those really are other beings. Those are cat people. They may look often like Black Panthers. I have one gentleman that I correspond with who is very, very Lyran, I'm not sure how you say it. And all the rest of these blue avians, ant people, mantis, Anshar, Anunnaki, I have not been able to find hardly any evidence of them, of maybe a few mantids they're called. But that's only because of Linda Moulton Howe and a couple conversations with her, etc., and working with her on volume 2, and really, really paying attention to the work she does and having to honor other people. I have not had any firsthand personal experience with mantids. So my big focus, like I said, I don't think I know very much, but I'll share what I know. My big focus is that it's time to awaken the consciousness here and for people to really understand the nature of consciousness and the nature of reality and how that consciousness works in that reality. Some of the others, the Arcturans, the tall grays, the tall whites, let me say something about the Venetians in a minute. But those few, Pleiadians, Syrians, Arcturans, tall grays, and the Nordics, and to some extent the Dracos, those are all consciousnesses, beings that I have interacted with. And that just doesn't qualify me for much if you're an Earth human, but I have at least some impressions and some knowledge firsthand. Most of them, except for the Dracos, are really trying to help transform the people of planet Earth without frightening them and without taking over as well. So that's the bottom line.
I know that you've mentioned in the past that there's been quite a few seedings. That's not necessarily just one seeding that happened, but one of the more recent ones, perhaps where we are now, I think you mentioned that the Pleiadians were part of that, but also
Yeah.
I think there was a few other ones that you had mentioned that were also part of that that seeding. So are they all like, such as the Pleiadians, watching over their creation to see where
Yes.
we're going?
Yes. There's usually about 5 groups that come together because of the value of the different perspectives that come together, and they work to create some sort of form, to create a frequency matrix that will produce matter that will continue to evolve in a direction that is hopefully beautiful, hopefully healthy, hopefully will join the community of beings out there and be part of the adventure of this enormous universe. And it is enormous. It's like, oh my gosh. And we call it the ocean. That is the ocean for most of us, that big ocean of space. And it's full of waves and currents, just like the ocean the Pacific or the Atlantic. In some of the ancient Sumerian, or what was that other one they just discovered? I think even Egyptian might have had these drawings or these sculptures of men who were fish. They had legs, but they had a fish head and a fish tail, and they carried a little purse, etc. Those were drawings that were used to represent a particular kind of royalty, not royalty in the sense of kings and queens, but people who had succeeded in being able to navigate that ocean out there, were comfortable in almost any setting. And they were depicted as fishmen. They, I read some things about, they came up out of they lived in the ocean. I'm like, oh my God. So it's a childish interpretation. Or sometimes they'll say, well, they worship these fish. No, it was just an individual who was recognized as being able to traverse that great ocean and all those frequencies out there, all those waves, all those conditions, and had a humongous amount of power and wisdom in doing so. So that's how we see those beings. Sometimes they have titles that may indicate that they have something else, something beyond what would be obvious and evident if you just looked at the drawing or just looked at the title. It stands for something.
If you've met Arcturans that were incarnated into a human form, if you go back in their regression to see where they're from, you could see that they're Arcturans. For example, I'm giving you this example, it could be anything.
Yes.
But you could also have met an Arcturan and it's the not natural form, but in a non-humanoid form, or are they humanoid form?
Now, I haven't really had the time to be able to deal with who's elsewhere, who's not human. There's enough happening right here on this planet at this time, and I have been so stressed, just trying to do my little piece of what I'm supposed to be doing here, accomplishing what I want to accomplish. And so that I haven't really looked, although you're correct. When I go looking at people's past lives to see what's coming at you under the surface, sometimes I'll see that they've always been human. They've never been anywhere else. But once in a while, I'll see that this person has been in a lot of places, and they're old, and they are here for some sort of stabilizing of our civilization at this point, or they have some set of gifts that they are to use. They often don't think of those gifts as anything special. It's just what they know how to do, and they do it. But the impact is is very, very valuable. So I haven't gone looking. I haven't really cared. It's like, I don't care where you're from. If you're human and you're on this earth, get your butt moving. We have stuff to do. So that's been my attitude for a long, very long time.
Okay. I'm asking because some people will ask, how did you see them? How did you see the few races that you did see? For example, the Greys, the Arcturians, the Sirians. How did you meet them? So that's why I said, is it something that you've met them because of their past lives, that you realize that their matrix is from somewhere else, or you've seen them in the physical? Like you've seen a Grey, or you've seen a tall white, or you've seen... That's what my question...
I don't know if I can even answer that. There's a knowing, there's a seeing, and I typically will hold that privately. And then most times they end up saying exactly that. And they confirm what I had been seeing. And I don't get all caught up in that. I'm just like, yeah, that's exactly what I was seeing. And so when that happens, then sometimes there's a level of, I'm not sure what to call it, level of communication, a level of there's a different depth that we work at that is very, very powerful. And it's an understanding where some things don't have to be said very much at all. Because of that understanding, because of that realization that here's somebody here that's working, there's a fair, we have a fair chance to navigate this time, because there's a few people that are here and they are working their buns off trying to get the population into a position where they can all just kind of roll forward, and not everybody will. That never happens, but still, you want to gather as many people and some understanding. A lot of people are curious, but they don't want anything to do. They don't have time for spaceships and ETs and things like that. Other people, that's all they think about, all they talk about, etc. There's been a couple people here that were here to do a specific task and just felt so abandoned, so alone. I can't talk with anybody about this, and I feel like I need to do something in this area. And it's like, yep, that's exactly right. And go do it. Nobody's going to recognize you. You have to recognize yourself. So I don't get all tangled up in all those stories, because they just end up tripping you and getting in the way of getting done what you came to do. Basically, that's my attitude.
But I still understand people that will ask, so what did you see? Because we see a lot here. We don't like necessarily feel if somebody would be, sometimes we feel awkward being with somebody and we don't know why.
Oh.
But seeing someone, I open the door and I see a mailman, all of a sudden he morphs into Draco. Like, does that happen? That's what I'm trying to say, is people will say, so who are these? Are they hidden in humanoid forms, or that there's all sorts of like things that we could go into that people say, but my question is more, if you have seen or you have met certain of these beings, or you remember, is it because you remember working with them in the past that you and you say yes, they're there because of your experience as a Pleiadian, or you actually open the door one day and there's a gray, a tall gray standing in front of your door? Like, how is your encounters of meeting these how
does that happen?
Yeah.
I don't know that I can give a really good description of that, but you've heard me talk about these keywords in which I hear the word, and this window opens, and the window has a scene or something there, and that is typically how that happens. I'll be talking with somebody and they say something, and it's like that window opens, and then what I see is like a superimposed being over the person that I'm looking at, the physical person I'm looking at. And there'll be this knowing that they're from somewhere. Let's just say they're Arcturians, okay? But although the first ones I saw were Syrian, And that is the most common way for me. I don't know how other people see or know, but for me, the individual themselves talking about something that's ordinary every day, and they use a word, and that word opens their history to me. So then I see, and in that moment, it's like this full body knowing. And so then I just kind of keep that to myself and just hold that. And because there's no point in derailing the conversation to say, oh, I think you're an Arcturian. That, I think, is a way that people try to get attention, get power over others. And so I never do that because it is a distraction and it's not relevant. When you're here and you're in human form, you're a human and you have stuff to do. If you have this background, this rich background from somewhere else, boy, that's an added benefit. It's like a huge bank account of consciousness. Other people might see or know somewhat differently, et cetera, but very often then once I know that or see that about somebody, then later on they will say something sometimes as blatant as, I think I'm from Arcturus. I think I'm an Arcturian. And I'm here to do blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, yeah, I saw that. And I don't emphasize, I just acknowledge that, yes, that is what I saw. That's just the way that I do it. So for whatever that's worth.
But you did also go on, that we'll talk about, an experience that you were taken a few times on the ship, and you did interact with various beings on that ship as well. So there was actually also not physical interaction, so to speak, but there was interactions also in a...
Yeah. I mean, there's been some really interesting experiences on board the ships. So... yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that. Those are interesting. Even I find them interesting. When I finally realized where I was and what was happening, was like, oh wow. Well, this is different. So. Do you think it would be valuable to share the story of Yurander Oliveira and the attempts that the ETs have made to be recognized and be allowed to move around openly?
Do you know who contacted? Was it the Greys that contacted him? What race was it that contacted him?
I never asked. I had my suspicions that it was the Pleiadians or the Nordics, but I never asked. I wish I had. And here's the thing: these terms, Nordics, Pleiadians, those are just terms that we have. They're words we made up. It's been my observation that they're not necessarily relevant to the beings themselves. That isn't what they call themselves or how they see themselves. And so, and when you don't have any basis for comparison, then it becomes silly to say, well, where are you from? What's your people? If they said, we're the, I don't know, I can't think of a fancy name right now. We're the Utakis. People would say, oh, and have no reference. There's no points of reference for Utakis. And so it doesn't matter. We can get a name sometimes. Otherwise, it's just irrelevant. So
what about you? If we were to ask you, and you're from the Pleiadians, is that how you refer to yourself when you're amongst your people? Do you refer yourself as Pleiadians?
Yes.
Okay, so that word still, there's some of the names of races that have come through, probably through communications with them, correct?
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, there's a number of planets in that system, and I'm from a particular one. And it's our term for our planet, and it doesn't have any meaning to humans, but as long as I'm here, I'm human. I'm an earthling. And I love that. I love that. I can't say how much I have come to appreciate this experience and how rich and how wonderful it is.
What would you prefer going to? Because we could talk about you a little bit. We could talk about where you're from. How about that? Or do you want to go into, are you not
I
so
don't have enough, I don't think I have enough memories. I mean, I have some things that are basic, but there's other details that I would like to have and I don't have, and I don't have time to pursue them. And so I just end up saying, it's okay. I don't have a full picture. And every so often, when I'm talking to somebody here, I'm like, wow, don't feel bad. They live here, they're from here, and they don't have a full picture of what they're doing here either. So it doesn't matter. We can only pay attention to those things that we feel are a part of our passion, part of our path, or that really pique our consciousness.
I mean, this is very fascinating. Your name, your background, the choice of your parents, and what you reply. So that's what I mean by talking about you. So we could go, that was my idea. We talk about you a little bit and what you remember and what you plan.
I really don't want to talk about me, but I guess I can.
If you prefer, we can skip it, but I know people will want to know. What do you?
Yeah, I know they will, and I don't really want to be the center of that attention, but I'll try to answer as gracefully as I can. So the opportunities to become part of a team that seeds life came up. Okay, I kind of make this a new story, but it's not nearly as together. It's more disjointed than maybe I'll present it. But I wanted that. I had quite a bit of experience.
As a
Pleiadian,
yes.
I had quite a bit of experience with some engineering, with frequencies, and with, I think I was studying to be a librarian and a teacher, and you cannot have any contact with children unless you have this extraordinary amount of experience and love and develop your power and your own consciousness and on and on and on. And then the coming full circle to see that every single life is so precious and is not to be wasted. Not one life to be wasted, allowed to be flubbed up or tossed aside as if it doesn't matter. So in order to get to that point, you become part of a team who goes out and seeds life and then goes around and tends to the various stages of life as it's developing in different places in order to see how difficult it is to get a civilization or a form of life going. So, so that was the basis of it. And so when I accepted the opportunity, the chance to come here, it was part of a graduation program to be able, you have to be able to show that you can change a consciousness, and in this case it was a consciousness of a civilization, of a planet. And because of my own background as a Pleiadian, we have a different way of approaching life. We have a different set of premises and a different openness. And I assumed that same openness would exist on planet Earth, and that would be a slam dunk. And I would come here, I would teach about the mind, I would teach about consciousness. Oh my, didn't quite work out that way. So, but in getting ready to come here, there was a lot of preparation in choosing exactly the right parents, in getting those people to come together. They had to have specific qualities. They had to be, the man had to be very manly, strong, without being overbearing, kind, etc. The woman had to be very open, as open as they could kind, someone who was not going to bias her children so that they could experience for themselves what this place was. There was very careful choice of, there has to be in this time, so that the time unfolded it just in the right time and places, had to be in a certain religion so that I understood what happens to somebody raised in a very controlling religion. So I was raised in the Catholic Church, and then I had all these experiences, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, in order to clue in, when someone's planning a life, a well-planned life is done such that the language of energy is implemented as much as possible. And so you go to the time frame, which for myself was this time frame, and the name, which I always really disliked my name, but was very specific. A reason for that name was Penn, to remind me that I was here, Tilda Penn. E, to remind me that I was here in this time of electronic communications. The electronic pen, Penn E. So there's my first name. The last part of my name was that I would be from an ancient bloodline, which was very limiting in terms of choice. And that ancient bloodline was actually a group that had migrated all the way from India into Ireland. And they were of the goddess Kali, the destroyer. And those people were known way back when, and I don't know if this is in history books or not, but they were known as the people of Kali. And that eventually got shortened to O'Kali, which then became O'Kelly, which then just became Kelly. And so the name Kelly is the Irish derivative of the goddess Kali, who is known as the destroyer. And that was a very important kind of bloodline that I came from. So there was that. And then there were other little things. My grandmother's name, she actually died before I was born, 2 months before I was born, but her name was Ida. And the whole point of her name was to remind me that there was this spiral of energy around the spine called the Ida, and it was matched by the Pingala, and that was that Kundalini thing was going to be part of my life. So my first husband's name was Keither, and so that was to remind me that the goal of my work was to bring people's energy up to this top of the pyramid of life, or what's called the tree of life, which that thing up there, that ball of energy, is known as Keither. And it's the awakened consciousness. And that I would marry him just to have children. And that I would not stay with him because he had other things to do, etc. That I would eventually live in a little town called Lawton, Lawton. Lawt means the goddess energy, the goddess kind of thinking, or the goddess kind of power, matriarchy, et cetera, that I needed to pay attention to that because we were going to try and balance the patriarchy or rebalance the whole thing, because we went from a criminal matriarchy to a criminal patriarchy, and now we have this task of how do we come into balance. It was very, very important that all these pieces be able to be brought together in one individual. I was the oldest child because they tend to be much more responsible, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that went into the planning before I ever even got here. So it's really when all of the little symbols in your life line up with your task, your job, your mission, then each one serves as a reminder, this is what you're here to do. This is how this, don't forget this, don't forget that, et cetera, et cetera. Then I remember very, very distinctly, more than once, coming down to watch my parents before I actually entered the body. And then that last time, watching them, it was cold, it was snowy. My mother was out to here, probably 7 months pregnant, something like that. And I was getting cold feet, and I didn't think I could do it. And there was a small group of us. We were in a small ship. And I said, I can't do it. And they said, no, you've had all kinds of training. You know what the mission is. It's going to be easy. You're so good at this. So, yeah, you end up getting here and going, what? I was conned into this. So anyway, you grow up and you just do your best. I was blissfully ignorant for the whole first 31 years of my life. And then compliments of Kundalini, except for a couple of instances that I didn't want to look at too much and couldn't explain. I was blessedly ignorant of what I was doing here. There was one instance when I was still in a crib. Remember very, very clearly being in that crib and being aware that some beings had come into the room and scared me. And I started to cry and scream for my daddy. And daddy, and I might have been 1.5 years. And he came and I was already walking and talking at a very young age. And so I said to him, somebody's in here, or who's here, somebody's here, something like that. And he very graciously looked under the crib and looked in the closet and, checked under the covers and said, nobody's here, go back to sleep. And so I just was afraid almost from that point forward that I was being monitored or watched for some reason. And I didn't want to know why, and it scared the daylights out of me. And so that was one of the instances. And then I'm not sure when, I think we moved, I grew up in Richmond, Michigan, and I think we moved out to our little 3-acre farm, we called it, when I was maybe 6 years of age. We had started building the house at 3. And as soon as we got out in that wild place, because there were not a lot of houses, it was just woods and fields. There were houses down the road, but anyway, that at that point, I began to have this obsession with running across the field, just running, sometimes even barefoot, and I would be gone for hours. And just playing. I would have these memories of playing in the field. I would also have memories when I was about 12 to 14 of doing something that had an added dimension to it, but I wasn't sure what it was. And what was happening when I ran across the fields and into the woods was that I would often be picked up. The same thing when I was 12 or 14 was always very frightening, very terrifying. And I kept that walled off for a very long time. And then Kundalini happened, and it was after Kundalini that I became aware of everything and who I was and what my name was and where I was from and what I was doing here. And I really struggled with that. The whole Kundalini thing was so challenging. And then when your whole identity is blown apart, that makes it 10 times worse.
today, when you look back, do you know why they were picking you up? What were they doing? Because you incarnated here and it was a blank slate. I mean, you come back and you don't remember anything, right? Just like
Yeah.
anybody
Yeah.
else. So when they were picking you up, do you know now what they were doing? Were they just amping you up or teaching you, or what were they doing?
The reason that children or people get picked up, if they are, I'm going to say, someone of interest to that race, they have technologies that we have not even dreamed of. So if they pick me up and they take a sample of blood or whatever, and they take a print of my energy system at that moment in time, and they store that, then if anything happens to me, let's say I get in a bad car accident and they don't think I'm going to live, they can bring in that print and use that to restore me to a certain condition. So that's why they were picking me up regularly, because it's like saving to a backup disk is the best analogy I have. If something had happened to me, they would have been able to make a miracle happen. We would call it a miracle, but really it's just somebody who knows how to manage and work with frequencies to an extraordinary degree. So that was what they were doing with me.
There's another comment, but I'll come back to it because you talked about before about life, how precious it is. And that when there's life, that you want to really take care of it. And I'm thinking on this planet how we go to wars and people die all the time.
Oh.
And so, but that's something we could always come back to. But it was something I think it'd be good to. How is it that we could waste so many lives, or is it a waste, or it's a little crazy that we do this?
It's not a waste, but when you have people who I often think of like a flower producing seed, like a poppy or a zinnia or whatever, a sunflower. This one flower produces dozens, maybe hundreds of seeds in the hope or the chance that one or two of those seeds will find good soil and grow and really become a magnificent flower to produce more seeds. Among the other races who have spent a huge amount of time and energy and effort putting together a system, a civilization that is very, very focused. A lot of stuff has to be let go of. And there's a lot of evolutionary changes that happen in the beings themselves. And that then leads to the loss of some capacities, which then leads to this amazing appreciation of life. When your population drops and you have difficulty reproducing, then you begin to appreciate life in a whole different way. So that's kind of what I would say. One of the things that is the sign of an advancing consciousness is this appreciation for every form of life, even when it's troublesome. And one of the other signs that you look for in a planet to see how advanced they are they willing to hurt one another? If they're willing to hurt one another, they haven't learned anything yet. When you come here, that's one of the big discouragements that you run into, is how willing people are to hurt one another. It's not necessary. It is absolutely unnecessary.
I just find when we talk about this that the willingness to kill each other, and I know for myself, I could see when I was a child that there was something not okay, but everybody was doing it like stepping on an ant. So you kind of like, well, That's what everybody does. And then you look around and like, okay, so that must be normal. But then the idea is, I'm not saying it's right or wrong or it's an excuse, but it's kind of like you could see how, God, it takes time to raise consciousness. It's not so easy. Understand? It's not so.
Right. And when you don't do it correctly right from the get-go, then it never gets to the point where it can actually flower unless you have a Kundalini experience. If you do it correctly from the beginning, children are far more advanced than the wisest human on the planet here.
So why don't we just get a mass Kundalini awakening for everybody? Wouldn't that just solve the problem?
No, it wouldn't. There'd be a lot of suicide because it's so frightening. And that is one of the things I have seen in a future, that is people waking up to that consciousness that has no boundaries. They can't handle it. They end up committing suicide. It's not just a continuation of the old consciousness or a little bit of psychic ability or a little bit of awareness. That's not, if that's all it was, we'd all be awake, because we could fake it if we wanted to. But you can't fake Kundalini. You can't really control it. I mean, you can learn, but that's usually after you've had it. And so you have to, when your whole consciousness is unable to be managed, and it doesn't stay where you put it, and it's aware of the entire time history of a location or an individual or a set of rules or whatever, a country, a nation, and you see their whole history and all the mistakes they've ever made and all the good things they've ever done, and you're just boggled by all of that, and you can't navigate. You don't even know what to pay attention to, what's most important here. And so it's you end up thinking that you're going crazy because there are other dimensions where you can see things that are ugly and they're frightening, or you think that you're going to burst into flame or blow up at any given moment. It's really, mass awakening, it has to be slow, and it has to be nurtured, and it has to be something in which people are given permission to think for themselves. Right there, you're going against most of the countries of the planet, the nations of the planet. They don't want you to think for yourself. And there's some issues that we could probably get into later involving what is the outcome for us if we do advance consciousness. What is how does that look? How does that work out in the everyday?
So I'm not sure how to ask my question, but I'd just like you to clarify something. So when I said to you before that I feel that it seems like it's very difficult to raise your consciousness into a world where we would be mindful of not hurting each other. And then you said something along the lines of like when you have Kundalini or you start to wake up or advance in your consciousness, you know not to do these things anymore. So we are quite a very primitive state.
Yeah.
So then when you look, for example, that where you're from, Pleiadians, the Kundalini experience is something that is long past. I mean, they've gone through that already. They're already beyond that experience. So here, what I'm trying to say is here oftentimes in New Age movement, it's like the big end goal of Kundalini, but it seems like it's just the beginning. It's like a beginning of something. It's not the end result. Like
right.
Where we are at is it's a slow evolution, because if we go too fast, as you said, we can just not handle it. So we're quite we're quite not lacking, but we're quite we have a long way to go.
Yeah, and among the Pleiadians, that whole assumption of we want the most advanced and highly developed consciousness in that 3-year-old or that 5-year-old that we can possibly get. And that's part of the goal, is to nurture that and to develop that, because from birth to age 4, in humans, and in other cultures a little bit different, but still that beginning point when you enter into life in a system, everything is possible. That's why children here who are 2 and 3 and 4 years old are so magical in their thinking. They haven't learned how to retain the power and the awareness and still be responsible, still be generous. When you say the word, can you be more generous? When you ask that to a 2-year-old, they're like fascinated. That's like something in them responds to that word generous. They know there's something there, and just the word has some power, and they respond to that power. So it's a whole different way of raising children where I come from, as opposed to the way children really do not get raised here. And so it all becomes remedial. It's an effort to try to fix and correct. At the same time, you're trying to evolve that consciousness. And very often, all that pain and all that bias and all that BS that an individual has swallowed is really the only thing in the way. People are afraid of their own power, and I find that again and again and again. They're afraid, and they've been made to be afraid of their own power. We don't have that among the Pleiadians.
So doesn't that say something, though, if people right now here are aware of how unevolved we are and how we're trying to get to something, either through the Kundalini or and all the New Age movements out there, they're still trying to bring us to being more advanced, and whether that there's distortions in there, we could say, yes, there are. But doesn't that say something that we're kind of aware that there's something wrong? Isn't that a step forward? Yeah. Because if I look at this, what we just talked about, and I'm like, okay, so man, there's a long way to go. I've only got 20 years left here, and then what? Maybe more, but you understand, it feels like very, oh, wow. So how many more reincarnation cycles do I need to go through to evolve and to...
Let me comment. What if you have 100 years or 120 years left to go? You're still young. And if we don't have life expectancy, and I do mean that literally, we expect to be old and decrepit and useless by the time we're 75, maybe 85. When you don't have that, then what are the possibilities? When you begin to think in terms of 150 years minimum, what can you learn? What can you develop? What kinds of wisdom and knowledge can you take and work to advance that consciousness, that civilization, just boom, 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 and get stuff done so that now life can last 500 years instead of 150 or 100. We are just, wow, we're not taking advantage. We're not seeing what could be done and how things would change, how dramatically they would change if we lived longer.
But the thing is that I said I only have 20 years left because I'm 50, and the life expectancy is 70. I do hope to live longer. Yeah. I'm not saying that I plan on going. I don't think so. I would like to stay a little bit longer, but it's still the idea that it's not that much time. It feels just a little, wow. Okay. So we need quite a few steps here to go to even if I would want a Kundalini experience, maybe I'm not even ready for it. Like physically, I'm not ready to have it, or even psychologically and everything that it implies. It just makes me wonder about again the leap that we're trying to make, that to say, let's have this closure and then everything's clear and then we move to space, or the New Age movement that goes just have a Kundalini experience and then you go blissful and into God once you die. So I feel like we're very immature in our, and including myself, I'm very limited in what what I've been exposed to and how I think, and so therefore it feels a little bit sometimes like it feels like a long road, which could be a very interesting road and a lot of discoveries, but it's like,
and it is.
And how many lifetimes will it take me? How many lifetimes will it take me to be able to do that? So that's more the the question that I see, and then you mentioned something also before. You said I've been to see possibility of what it would look like if there was a mass awakening of Kundalini, and it doesn't look good. So what do you mean by that? What could you talk a little bit about that? What did you see?
If there's a mass awakening and it's a sudden full awakening of each individual, or let's just say 70% of the population, there would just be mass dysfunction because the changeover process is profound, it's inescapable, and it involves a retooling of every single concept that you have ever had about life and about nature. Once you are able to move back and forth in time, then you're like, what is time? Well, how am I seeing that? How am I experiencing this? Once you can move in and out of various dimensions and you're in them and you're having a full-on experience, and then all of a sudden in that experience you wake up and say, wait a minute, I wasn't here before. What am I doing here now? And you consciously force yourself back to this dimension in this time frame. That's all very, very disorienting. And then when you can read other people's minds and everybody is not saying their truth, then who do you listen to? How do you respond? Do you further the untrue conversation? The dysfunction is massive for a while, a couple years.
But that's not the direction we're taking right now.
I hope not. I hope that we are waking up slowly and stepping carefully and slowly and wisely into that power. I hope.
What is a process that you might have seen with other people here or where you're from or from other civilizations that you've seen? What is a time span of where we are now on the planet, our conscious evolution, where we're at, to a point where we could say, yes, okay, we're ready? Is it doable in the next like 20, 30, 40 years? Or
ready for what? Ready for talking with ETs, or ready for Kundalini?
Ready for more Kundalini and going into more of a space exploration and because I don't know, I'm wondering how long it would take us to go there.
If we really put our time and attention into it, and we really had good leadership that was on board and that was also awake and aware, et cetera, I think that transition to a more advanced consciousness could be made somewhere between 3 and 7 years. And it would be a phenomenal change, even if it wasn't the full-on everything kind of change. There would be this extraordinary maturation process that we would go through that would be absolutely stunning in its implications. And we would be very different in that very short amount of time.
And do you see this as a possible timeline in what you've seen?
I haven't seen it as a timeline. It's a possibility. But for a timeline to stabilize, people have to start moving in that direction. I have said before, and I probably should say it again, that we probably ought to be quiet and listen much more than we have right now. All kinds of uproar about this protest and that movement and this corruption and that arrest, and all kinds of argument over everything under the sun. And I just want to say to people, shut up, be quiet. You have foot and mouth disease, you don't even know it. You're making the reality 1,000 times worse than it needs to be, because you keep on talking about all this stuff, and words have power and they manifest because you said them. And so all of the uproar is the result of our own creation. We're creating a hard time for ourselves. You can just kind of step back and become very silent inside and watch what's happening, and you'll be able to see that moment when you should open your mouth, when you should take an action, when you should take a stand, etc. The rest of the time you can be relaxed and quiet and observing. We have this magnificent reality that we have at our fingertips, and if we can just enjoy some of that while we're advancing the consciousness, it really becomes a nice journey, a wonderful experience. I sometimes think, oh, it's hopeless. Whatever made me think I was going to do anything here. But I just keep on going and just keep on going. And I'm very, very aware that there can be moments of absolute and utter despair, like when I'm working with someone and they are really struggling, and I think, okay, it's useless. Maybe I should just give up with them. And then they get it. And then there's this massive leap forward in understanding. And I think, oh, wow, okay. And so I think we have to take that path or that attitude with us as a nation, as a planet, as a civilization on the planet. We have a little bit of time, and we have this amazing potential. And we're coming into a time and a place where I think we can begin to appreciate that. So hang in there.
With all this stuff that's happening right now also, we don't know where we're going. There's riots in the U.S. Like, it seems like there's a lot of turmoil right now, and you say, yeah, move forward. We can move forward and evolve and actually enjoy ourselves. I could see that. That would be actually quite pleasant. But it seems that that's not the direction we're at right now. It doesn't seem that that's where we're going right now. It seems like there's more turmoil going on in the world. There's
and most of it is right here. Blah, 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 blah. That the turmoil is created by all of the angry words. That is not something that we can take lightly. That has to be, we have to take responsibility for the turmoil we are creating. And when you're creating all that turmoil, you typically can't see the big picture, and you can't see nearly as many details or appreciate the number of inputs coming in. And so then you fixate on something stupid or small, or something that is not a key vector, and you end up making a bad decision, or a decision that doesn't take you where you want to go, and then you have to fix that, and so it just becomes more and more messy. And so it's really important to have a certain amount of step back, just be quiet and listen and see who's doing what that you want to get behind, if anything. And then maybe you can take some action, etc. But just be silent until it's your moment or the moment for everybody to speak, and they all have to speak in the same way. Does that make sense? In other words, it has to be with one voice. So important. But all this babble, it's like, oh my. These are just some of the differences, but I tried to pick the major things that I thought were very different in terms of human beings and how we see the world, and then advanced races, what they see. The first one, this is what humans say to themselves. God created the universe, the earth, heaven, hell, and man with an eternal soul. He watches over us and listens to our prayers. When we die, we can go to heaven. So that is not the view that advanced races have. They would be saying something much more along the lines of the cosmos is an eternal field of awareness whose power both creates and destroys. So there's a recognition of a very powerful form of intelligence out there, intelligence and power, and they deeply respect that. The goal is to, if we were to say what advanced beings are trying to do, they're trying to know God. We are trying to obey God. There's a big difference there. So that would be the first thing. The second thing, big difference between humans and advanced races. Humans would say, Jesus died for our sins, and therefore I am saved. And that is not at all what advanced races think or how they see things. They would say, as long as one believes that the power is outside of the self instead of inside, there will be no evolution or spiritual maturity. Evolution only comes when you are willing to take responsibility for who and what you are, what you're doing, what you're creating consciously, etc., etc. Humans kind of sit back and they use Jesus as an excuse for a lot of things, and I don't even think they know what they're being saved from. So there's a huge element from the point of view of advanced races. There's this huge element of immaturity, looking on people and their religion like parents look on little kids who believe in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and all of that. It's not an accurate representation of reality. The third thing, big difference between humans and advanced races. Humans would say, if we are good, we will go to heaven and be rewarded for our goodness when we die. If we are bad, we will go to hell and burn in its fires forever. So advanced races will say, if we are good, we will be fully aware of what's going on around us. If we are bad, we will not be paying attention and may suffer violence or accidents. Big difference there. So everything, when you start out with this belief about a God, a particular kind of God in a particular form who has a set of circumstances around him, and then you build from there, you just build yourself further and further away from the truth. You move further and further away from accuracy in terms of how the cosmos actually works, that nature of reality.
If we are good, we will be fully aware what is going on around us. And if we are bad, we'll not be paying attention and may suffer violence. So what makes the difference that if you're good, you can see more?
I was trying to make an analogy, actually, between good and bad on the human side and good and bad on the advanced racist side. And they really don't think in terms of good and bad. What they think in terms of is more of a, I want to be as aware and as awakened as I possibly can, because that is the seat of power, to be awake. And if I'm not awake and I'm not paying attention, then I'm liable to run into something that I wasn't expecting and didn't see coming, and now kaboom. Somebody causes all kinds of trouble or problem, etc. And the goal is to have a smooth and as joyful an experience among the advanced races, and not have the constant drama, although they like the drama of the humans. They don't want it in their reality. They'll visit it, etc. And there's some more things I'll say when we get a little further on.
For example, right now that there are races that are looking how are we going to evolve, and there's some of them that are actually wanting to assist us in our evolution, and others that are trying to infiltrate and do whatever they want to do. So how is that seen amongst them? Is it seen like, yeah, it's okay, they're allowed to do that if they want to do that, or Because how do they view themselves? Like, how would your family line, the Pleiadians, look at the raptors? Is it the raptors that are
Well, the
uh,
Dracos, the
the
reptilians.
Dracos? Yeah, yeah. Do they see them up? They're, they're trying to abuse their power or abuse, and it's not okay. So how is good and bad viewed? But we
Oh,
can,
okay. Yeah, we could say that. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to give a perfect description here, but the viewing, how they view one another is, yep, they're here. That's what we have to be aware of. That's what we have to contend with. That's what we have to create around. And so there isn't typically, I mean, in some of the races, there is literally some warlike attitude and fighting. They're not all perfect. Like I said, there's a whole range of feeling and behavior and emotion in those other beings, but not to the extent that we have feeling and emotion and dramatic behavior in humans. So, so if the plan is that the Pleiadians are looking at the Dracos and the Dracos are looking at the Pleiadians, what are they saying to one another? They're not saying anything. They're working as fast as they can to create the conditions that they want to create, both sides. And the attitude is, we'll see who wins. And they both know that it depends on the people that they're trying to create the conditions for and with. Because if those people don't care, don't want it, aren't paying attention, don't embrace it, then it's not going to go anywhere. The nature of reality, number 4, humans have this perspective, and it goes something like this. The planet has limited amounts of water, land, coal, oil, gold, silver, and other resources. Whoever owns and controls these will be wealthy, happy, and comfortable. Doesn't say anything about the rest, just whoever owns them. In other words, humans assume a strong man, and a strong man is, by definition, an individual who comes in, gets control over all the resources, and then demands that you pay him or pay homage or bring gifts or whatever if you want some of those. In other words, he gets control of everything, and by having control of all those things, also has control of the rest of the population. Humans assume that. Advanced races don't think like that at all. The source of all energy is frequencies and fields. Space has unlimited frequencies from which water, land, coal, oil, gold, silver, and other resources can be created. So there's no need for a strong man. There's no need for for people to be suffering. If we can move to an evolutionary point where we can recreate the frequency of bread or the frequency of coffee or the frequency of gold or whatever, then we are at a point of total abundance. And we don't need somebody who's managing our resources for us or buying them up and then saying, you want some? Buy it back. That whole business, the whole business of paper and money, oh my, we could go on there for a long time. Number 5, humans would say that objective reality is the only thing that is valid, and anything imagined or dreamed is irrelevant. And they would say that objective reality is something that also you can touch, you can hear, you can put it in your hand, etc. Advanced races say reality is subjective. Objectivity only appears when 2 or more agree on a perception. Reality is entirely malleable, and you are responsible for what you are creating or participating in. You can participate in somebody's objective reality, but you need to behave. That's the attitude, okay? And then the last one, the nature of reality. Number 6, humans would say the goal of life is to be happy and free with enough money to do as you want and possibly do some good in the world. Advanced races say the goal of life is the development of consciousness in order to access universal stores of power and use this to create experiences that are good for the many. Very, very different. Yeah, it's so many levels. So humans really I don't think they know what happy and free is. I think a lot of people today have lost that sense of happy and free. And it's all about money, and it has to be about money because all the money is what is used to buy what you need to survive. So money is not optional. It's a gotta have it kind of thing. And then when you have somebody controlling access to money, you have the entire setup that we have today, which is fight, argue, complain, whine, and when do I get to take a break or retire? That's not how advanced races think at all. Not at all. So the goal is to develop the consciousness so that the consciousness will produce what is needed.
When the beings see the planet and they kind of look around and stay around to make sure like we're kind of moving along, and yes, we need to wake up and kind of like take charge, but we still need some help. It's nice to have some help, and
right.
it's okay for us to have
right.
help and not say, no, you don't be.
Yes.
I would like to be able to, and I know you try to say, you very clear in your message often to say, don't wait for ETs to save you, but there's a difference between ETs saving you and the ETs that kind of care for humanity want to see us
right. Yeah, and there's another factor in there that I want to bring up that has to do with the Great Mother Father. That's the source of that immense booming voice. That same voice, for instance, that said, "You are in exactly 3 weeks, you will arrive at the door to your future." There's a humongous intelligence that we are swimming in that is aware of each one of us, and we can count on that if we reach out to it to give us some input, some feedback, and some guidance.
Like what they teach us in religions is not all bad. I mean, the idea that there's
No.
an overarching a being that's a father mother figure, now it's father,
Yeah.
once upon a time it might have been mother, but
Yeah.
and it's not wrong.
It's just a different language that has a different assigns power a little differently.
Okay.
That's all.
I think that it would be very scary for people if they were told, well, you need to scrap all your religion because it's all bullshit. And I think somewhere, I don't think that's possible.
There has to be a framework. It doesn't matter where you're from. Every single being from almost everywhere is aware that there is a power and an intelligence out there that is extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because you can't scrap one system to adopt another when you have no clue what that new one is really about. You have to see how they fit together and how this religious thing came to be and how it got twisted, and then you can see what goes on over here. I always would say to people, religion is they really have a lot of stuff that they can offer, but it's mostly skeleton. It doesn't have a lot of meat on the bones. There's just all these rules. But when you start really digging in and you start really understanding this whole concept of God, then you can say, oh, that's what they're trying to get to. They're trying to, because they know that's where power is. And so they just pretended they got there and they're powerful and you will do what they say and you owe them taxes and you bring them your so many children and so many pounds of cloth and so many goats and sheep for sacrifice. That was how the Hebrews started. And it just continued on and became a more elaborate system over time. All these rules, do's and don'ts. What were the rules? They were all designed to make sure that you didn't question the authority, that you didn't get to the point where you felt you could stand up and say, hey, I have some power too. So that's when you see the system through those eyes, you can begin to love it again. I tell people, and I don't want to discourage anybody, but if you're waking up, that is one hell of a process. It will challenge you right to the core, and you will give up every other day, and you will keep going. I had a moment, I don't know what triggered it, because I've seen lots of Tartaria videos now, and I don't even know what it was I was listening to. I just, I typed in Tartaria something or other, and I'm watching this video, and I just became transfixed. It was like, oh my God, how could this whole thing have been wiped out? And what I also saw was that I think there was an ancient history in that same region, and then thousands, tens of thousands of years later, the same thing builds up, and I don't know what happened to it, but the picture that I had was that the original one that I was in, Earth Changes, was a long, long, long time ago, and that involved the mud floods. But then there was something else that I was seeing that was all around the Mediterranean, and I don't know what to call that. I'm just going to say there was a massive earthquake and a drowning of huge parts of land. And in two places, the land bridges broke. One was in Turkey. There was a land bridge there that broke and let water into I'm not sure what that sea is. It's not, I don't think it's the Caspian Sea, the Black Sea. I think it's the Black Sea. And then the other was the Gates of Hercules. That didn't used to be open to the ocean. And something awful happened. I don't know when that was or exactly what happened, but that just destroyed a lot of stuff. And then I think there was a third thing, minor compared to those two things, very minor, but involved some sort of massive earthquake or something, and I don't know what that triggered, but there was water and land shifting and et cetera, et cetera. And I mean massive earthquake. So it was like, wow, there's in that period where I was watching, I don't even remember what the video was now, but there was this superimposed over that were these three periods. It's like, and I was trying at the time to figure out how do all these fit together? And that's when I heard they don't. You're looking at three separate catastrophes. One was the last solar flare that caused the big mud floods up in Siberia. Huge mud floods and everything buried in mud, including a lot of stuff in the Gobi Desert area. And then the second one was a humongous set of earthquakes that broke open that bridge to the Black Sea and Hercules, the Gates of Hercules at the far western end of the Mediterranean. And then a third one, which just shook the out of southern Europe and northern Africa. And that Mediterranean did some serious sloshing and a lot of destruction. And why that's not in our history books, because that was much more recent, I don't know. I think the whole historical record is so screwed up, it's almost useless. So I don't know if we can even talk about it. And I haven't had a chance to play with my cards yet. But when I was watching that and watching, three, it was actually four time frames, whatever was presented on the screen, and then seeing the other three superimposed right over that. It was just the weirdest thing. I remember being away from the body enough to think, look at me, I look paralyzed. That was how intensely the information was coming in, and I was just frozen, not really even taking in what was on the screen because of what I was seeing, superimposed on that. So I think there's much more. I'm going to keep looking at Tartaria. I'm going to keep seeing what I can see. There's just so much information out there, but the photos of the Tartarian kings or leaders or whatever with the 18th century, or I think it was 18th century men with big top hats, big black top hats like Abraham Lincoln used to wear, and black suits, and the very Western fancy dress. And then there's this tribal kind of dress. Wasn't really as tribal as some tribes, but still, it was obviously not the Western thing. And then poof, gone. So something big happened in there, and because we didn't have internet, and we barely had telegraph and stuff like that, somehow it just got erased. And I think there were some deals made somewhere along the way to make sure it was erased and stayed erased. So just, a lot more down that rabbit hole.
In one of the books you wrote, I think it was, I can't even remember if it was volume 1 or 2, you wrote about a moment, an experience that you had in your barn where all of a sudden you had a kind of awakening that you could feel where everything came from. You could feel I think you had a blanket at some point that you knew the thread, you knew where the origin, you knew who touched it, and the same thing with the environment around you.
Yeah.
So is it possible at this time or later in history or past that you could walk the earth, so to speak, and be able to connect with the elements that are there that could tell you the story? Sometimes you see a really old tree and you're like, well, what story would this tree tell me if I could talk to this tree?
I know.
And I ask this because it seems that, is it normal to have such a mystery around our history? Why is it such a mystery? Why is it that we can't know more? Why is it so much speculation?
I'm not sure why. I mean, we could know more, but the official, whoever is in power, is writing the history, and that's just the way that it is. It is possible to enter states of consciousness in which you walk the earth and you know what's happened in a certain place, because it's layered. It's like layers of frequency that exist in that place, and different stuff happening in each layer. And so you see, or you feel, or you hear. There have been numerous people have reported walking across, what is that Civil War battlefield over toward the East Coast. I don't know if it's the Battle of Bull Run or some other battle, Appomattox or something. But they end up going there. Somebody that I read or heard about had planned a camping trip and was going to camp there. I think there is a campground, and was so disturbed by the cries and the screams of men fighting and cannon and guns going off, and men crying for their mother or their loved one or their child or whatever, and just, they said we had to pack up and move. We couldn't spend another night there on the battlefield, because whoever that was very clairaudient, didn't know it until he got to that battlefield and camped, and then was able to hear everything. So there's a group on the East Coast that is gathering, I don't know what, I haven't been to any of their events, but I get invited and I get reports of what happens. And they are actually, and there's like anywhere between 400 and 800 people who gather on this platform, and they go to other times and other places, and they just work on releasing the agony of that exists in that place, the difficulty, the lies, and trying to bring forward some of the truth of what has actually happened, releasing souls that sometimes don't even realize they don't have a body anymore, because you end up creating a body right after you lose this one. You create another one almost immediately, because that's how we are. And then they don't realize they're dead, and they keep on fighting, or they keep on struggling, and they're stuck in their time, and they're not having any impact, and they get more and more upset or depressed about that. And then finally somebody comes along and says, has it occurred to you that you're not in, that time has moved on and you're not where you think you are, and that you no longer have a physical body? And so they try to walk them into the light, things like that. But the people doing the work have as profound a reaction to that work as the people who are the subject or the target of that work. Very, very profound in terms of just being able to feel like we're helping people, and they are beginning to understand consciousness much better and work with consciousness in a much deeper and more practical way. So they're cleaning timelines and assisting people all over the place, and that is really of some help.
Who are those beings that you say come and help clean up people who are souls, who are stuck?
Those are humans. Those are humans who gather together, I'm going to say once a week or once every 2 weeks or once a month, and they have a task, and they go through this process of going to that, and then they have these very profound experiences with their own consciousness, and then they share that to some extent on this platform and report in what they saw, what they heard, what they felt. And it's very interesting to see that when he first started gathering this whole group of people, there were a couple hundred. I think he started with very few. Less than 100, and now there's approaching 900 that gather together. And it's people who feel like they want to do something to help and can't go anywhere, don't have any money, but by gosh, they have consciousness, and they want to use it in a helpful manner.
So the conversation started with Tataria, just to come back, and I said,
Right.
Is it possible to walk the earth and know the truth and know the experiences of if you touch a tree, what happened here to show, okay? So a lot of people comment on the videos and say, Penny doesn't know what she's talking about, or, what she's saying is not a fact, this is a fact. So everybody has facts. Everybody has their truth, and everybody, and you can change your truth at some point because you look at something else, but is it really the end truth? It seems that there's no truth. Is there truth? Does truth exist? So if I talk to somebody and say, well, I'll use a very stupid example, I think that Mickey Mouse doesn't exist. And the person will say, no, I think Mickey Mouse does exist because I had an alternate experience and I know I saw Mickey Mouse there. So in other words, so what I'm trying to say is that how can we know truth? How can we know that, and is there such a thing? And is it part just of the human experience?
Okay, there is really only one truth, and that is the I am, period. All the rest of it is arrangements of frequency and form. They're passing, they're temporary, some of them are long-term, a lot of them are momentary. And so the truth is very relative to your perception, your biases, your filters. The idea that we have of an absolute truth does not apply to a physical 3D reality. It only applies to the I am, to the Godhead, the source, the void, whatever you want to call that, humongous ocean of light out there that is the source of everything. And we are formed out of that substance, that stuff, which is really just light. And it's, you know, it's space that begins to move and becomes energy, which becomes particles, which becomes a pattern, which becomes a form. And then we say, oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that with my own eyes. But if you don't belong to this dimension, you didn't see anything that had to do with that kind of form. What we have when we talk about truth is we're seeking some sort of agreement, because this is a consensus reality, that we're looking for some sort of agreement or backing up what we see, so that we can say to ourselves, yeah, I saw that. I knew that. Because it validates our existence. That's all it does. When you can validate your own existence, then you don't need that truth. You'll recognize where the preponderance of sentiments are. You'll recognize what is considered outlandish or ridiculous or made up stuff, but you don't really get involved with either one, because you're busy watching. So the vehicle, the brain, the central processing unit of the individual, depending on where that individual is from, is going to determine the filters and the idea of what's true. If you're looking at the form and what the form is doing, you're only seeing outside. You're seeing the outside of the form. You don't know what's going on chemically, and you certainly don't know what's going on in terms of the electrical and the fields and the plasma and all of that. So you're only seeing the exterior of things. When you develop your consciousness, you begin to feel, see, and hear all at the same time, and you begin to be able to say, okay, I see this, but I feel that, and I'm hearing such and such. And so you just watch. You watch to see what actually comes out of all that. You don't make premature judgments. So that's a short way of explaining what truth is. When somebody, if somebody says, well, I didn't see that, well, that's okay. That's okay. It is what we want. This reality is about what we want and what we want it to be and how we want it to feel and how we want it to unfold. And that's where you come into beauty and truth. Truth being everybody agrees, not everybody, but the majority agree that this is what we want in this location. So the people in the US have one set of agreements, and the people in Iceland have another set of agreements, perhaps, and the people in China have another set, and the people in Australia maybe have something else. And then there's what I call old-timers in each one of those locations, the Aboriginals in China, the American Indians in North America. Those people have long cultures. China, ancient cultures, wisdom, India, and that forms part of their truth. So to say that there's an absolute truth, yeah, there is, but it's not something you can get your hands on. It isn't something that you can see, hear, and feel, except when it takes form. And then, so let's just talk for a minute about, I forget how you asked the question, something about, can I see that thing that you can see? You say you see this, I didn't see it. Uh, so when you have a range of frequencies that your system is able to access, you'll say, I see. Or if they're auditory frequencies, you'll say, I hear. Or if they're kinesthetic, then you'll say, I feel. So if you have somebody, and I'm going to use this as an analogy, somebody who is colorblind, or somebody who's partially deaf and can't hear certain tones, that's the equivalent of somebody who can't see a certain form. They just don't have those frequencies. You have to have the frequency in order to see it. If you don't have the frequencies for recognizing red, then you're not going to see red. And so people will say he's colorblind, or green, or whatever. Usually it's going to be a variation. Sometimes it's all the colors, and people run around in a black and white or brown and white world. And they can't quite figure out what you mean when you talk about color. Everybody talks about it, but they don't see it. And there are people like that. We had a family who came to the B&B several times, and he was totally colorblind, saw no color until, I forget, he said he was in his 40s or his 50s. And he was in his late 50s at this point. He said he just was astounded when he first put these glasses on that allowed him to see color. And he said it was just like he couldn't even talk. He couldn't take his eyes off of things. He was just like jaw on the floor. Oh my God, look what I've been missing for all these years. Well, that's kind of like the spiritual development. The more you develop, the more expansive your frequencies become, the more frequencies you can access and hold, and the more stuff you see, hear, know, feel, and can do. And so that's kind of a long-winded answer for that whole business of truth. You have to allow for the individual perception. Somebody sees bad, somebody sees good. That's the same thing as people in America saying, don't get so close, you're talking right in my face. But people in Egypt getting right in your face and talking. And people in America say, you're invading my space, or they feel attacked. Whereas people in Egypt, if you keep your distance, they're like, what's wrong with you? Don't you trust me? Don't you like me? That kind of thing. So it's the perception is what you inherit from your culture, and then there's another whole layer there that has to do. So let's talk about the whole idea of this Metatron business being bad to this person and being good to that person. Okay, so everything that exists is a set of frequencies. And that set of frequencies is going to be judged by some people as good or bad. Now, when you have a set of frequencies, they're neither good nor bad. They are, however, going to be either constructive or destructive in their effects altogether. So if you can get past the biases and past the religious stuff and past all of the filters, etc., what you come to is this understanding that the filters that, or let me say it this way, here's a set of frequencies, and you look at that, and if that it doesn't fit with your paradigm, doesn't fit with your religion, religious teachings, you're going to say that's bad. If it's destructive, you're going to say it's really bad, and you'll say it's evil. Other people may say that fits right in with what we're doing, and let's just name that and use that force, that energy as something that we're going to make use of, etc. So it has utility. So what it comes down to, though, is is that set of frequencies providing constructive interference, or is it providing destructive interference? and if it's destructive, you're going to label it as bad, and if it's not, you're going to label it as good. And there again, you have the utility that you inherited, or the sense of utility inherited from your culture. So that, and here's one more thing to keep in mind. And I've mentioned this before, but it bears on this particular question. If you have a set of frequencies and they are independent, and they are, let's say, just a set, there's consciousness with every single frequency wave. So you get this set, or this matrix of consciousness. And what is the rule for consciousness of any form? It's going to try and develop itself. That is the law of consciousness. You have to develop your form to a higher and higher and higher and higher level. So you get this set of frequencies, and if nobody's interacting with it and nobody likes it, it's going to do its own thing. It's still going to continue to evolve, and the more antagonism it picks up from its environment, the more antagonistic it's going to become. So consciousness is going to try and develop, and then what does a developing consciousness do? Quite often it tries to get energy, and it's just like all the rest of us at that point, looking for energy. Looking for it, trying to get enough energy through the system to evolve itself to a higher state, a more powerful state, a more aware state. So you get some of these frequency sets that have been, they've just, perhaps, it gets complicated here. People literally don't realize how powerful they are. And if they decide that that event or that person or that frequency set is bad, and they start telling everybody that, it makes the whole situation worse. And the person becomes more defensive, or the frequency set becomes more defensive, because it is conscious and it's trying to defend and grow itself. So you have to take into account the fact that the goal of all consciousnesses is to evolve to a higher state and to have more power, and that includes some that are fairly what we would label destructive. And so we label those archons or jinns or demons or whatever. They're just other consciousnesses trying to evolve that don't fit or don't appreciate the cultural biases and habits and teachings that we have. So in every single religion and every single government demonizes somebody, because they know if they don't, that they're going to end up being challenged by their people. So they distract their people and say, look at that guy over there, he's bad. Look at that demon, he's after you. He's going to corrupt you. You're going to go to hell and burn forever. And so they distract you by labeling some force that they don't want as bad. And then everybody then builds that badness with their own consciousness. It makes it worse. So there's the whole spectrum.
Regardless, we use the example now of Metatron, for example, that some people have prayers to Metatron and others think it's the most evil force. It's like a bit like a Borg cube, like what Star Trek, it was the ultimate, So there is still an invasive or helpful intention in those frequencies, right? There are frequencies that you said, yes, are destructive, and others that are, trying to assist. So there is something for someone who's a human right now on this planet who doesn't remember much of their power to say, well, does this Borg cube have my best intention at heart? Is it trying to help me also to evolve? Or does it, just want to make me into a cyber human, So how do we deal with that? It's one thing to understand, okay, so it's all frequency and it's all about our biases and how we view things, but there's still an intent in what they're doing.
Absolutely. And when you come to that question, does it have my best intentions at heart? The answer is no, probably not. You're supposed to have your best intentions at heart. You're supposed to be paying attention. You're supposed to be assessing what is the intent of that thing and how do I deal with that. Now, if you just want to write it off as a demon and say you're banned or whatever, you can do that. If it's something that you think you can transform, then go for it. But we very seldom try to resolve things or bring things into harmony. That we just don't think like that. There's enemies and there's devils, and we're sure that they exist, and so we act as if they do, and it colors and shapes our whole experience. I'm just going back in my mind to which I've talked about before, the whole experience I had with getting a dental implant, in my cheek. And the titanium post, incredibly painful, and it just wouldn't stop throbbing. And it goes on for a couple of years. And I'm contemplating having this thousands of dollars worth of dental work just pulled out. And it dawns on me, why don't I go in and see if I can communicate with that substance? So I did. I thought, okay. I get real quiet. I go in, I picture the titanium post, and I say, look, you have been inserted into my region, my locale. You are needing to understand that you have experienced a change and you're now part of a biological system. I'm asking you, please, could you adapt yourself to biology and cooperate with it? Instead of just pumping out this awful pain that I'm experiencing every day and have for years now. I can't deal with it anymore. Please, do you understand what I'm saying? Could you just give it a try? Pain went away. The whole thing changed almost overnight. So why we don't go in and try to cooperate, communicate? It's like the elves have said, or the wind. Why don't you tell us what you need? Why don't you tell us when we're doing something that is destructive or that you don't like? We have stopped communicating with everything, including one another. And it's not working well. It's not working for us. We have to begin communicating again.
But you know what you're communicating with. When you had this implant, you knew that it was a titanium pole that was in your
That's
jaw,
right.
that it was there. Some people, we don't know that there's perhaps, I don't know if there is or not, we don't know if there's a Borg civilization called, could be called Metatron, that's trying to take us over, and we're being manipulated. We're just going about our day. So there's a difference there, that you feel that there's something, but you don't really know. And I'm asking you this because I know people will say this. Well, we don't even know we're being invaded. Most of us don't even know.
Well, then what is there to worry about if you don't know? To not know something means it doesn't exist in your world. So what are you dealing with other than some story that somebody else made up? Make up your own mind. If there's Borgs running around trying to take us over, we would begin to know that. We would begin to say, something here reminds me of a Borg. That's kind of a stupid way of putting it. But we'd see it, or we'd hear it, or we'd feel it, or we'd experience the effects of it. If you don't even know whether it exists, then what are you bothering to deal with? Why waste your energy on that? There's too much other stuff that has to be dealt with here at this point in time. So,
but you have to say that, why are you here? You see, in a way, Penny, you're also here because humanity is kind of somewhat blind, kind of.
Wait a minute. Why is who here?
People like you, people who are here to say, we're coming here to try to elevate the consciousness so that we become, we're not invaded over from the other side. So, there's something going on. So you can say, So Josiah feels it doesn't make, not that it doesn't make any sense, but it's kind of like, well, if it wasn't an issue, there wouldn't be people out here trying to balance out what they're, you understand? It is an
Yeah.
issue.
Well, here's the thing, and I've thought about this quite a bit, especially recently, whether the takeover is by other humans, or whether it's by ETs, or whether it's by a Borg somewhere. If you think there's a takeover happening, you should pay attention. What I see all too often is that people say, oh, it's a Borg or it's an ET, because they don't feel like they have enough power to confront the other people. So they jump to the most impossible scenario, one that they really can't do anything about, and they say, oh, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just going to worry. I'm just going to fret. I'm just going to talk about it as if it's real. And in the meantime, the real threat, the real problem, which is the people who are greedy or the people who are overly needy and narcissistic, are running away with everything. We cannot, we have to get, more practical, number one. And you can't ignore, maybe there is a Borg out there, I don't know. I have never seen anything like that. I hear talk about the hive mind. I'm like, well, I don't think people really know what they're talking about. I mean, I think they do, but those kinds of things are what I call evasions from reality, the reality that's in our face. And the reality that's in our face is we need to survive. We need to have food, water, clothing, shelter. In this world that we're in here in the U.S., we need money so that we can buy some land or rent an apartment or get a car or buy a phone or whatever in order to belong to the civilization. Why come here if you're not going to be part of it? So in difficulties, yes, there are difficulties for a lot of people who are really poor. And that's, in my opinion, that's tragic. That's another whole subject. But why not deal with the most basic things right off the bat? Let's deal with other humans and worry about the ETs later. What could we learn dealing with the other humans that might be valuable with the ETs or the Borgs that are trying to take over? And I do hear those kinds of stories. And I'm just like, just go home and wash your socks and vacuum your living room and et cetera, and cook a decent meal and sit and watch the sunset for a minute and think and enjoy the experience. And nobody's willing to do that at this point. So, but if we're going to have Borgs and we're going to have that kind of thing, we're going to know it. If we haven't practiced standing up to other humans, or to what we're creating here, how are we going to deal with what somebody else is creating or thinks they're creating for us? I'll just say there's rules in the galaxy. There are some rules.
And there are rule breakers as well.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. The only thing that we can do is really begin to wake up and expand consciousness.
What are we waking up to?
I think we wake up to our own self and our power. We wake up to the reality. We wake up to the nature of reality. That's really what we have on the plate in front of us. Do we want that or no?
Because
when
even
I ask people, what is it you want? They usually can say what they don't want, but they don't say what they can't quite express what they do want yet.
Yes, I realize you're right on that. But people will say here, for example, you say, so look at what's going on here. You know how much talk there is right now of an invisible war, that there's this warfare going on in our minds and with all these masks and everything that's going on. So there's even a war that you could say is visible, but it's still invisible to a lot of people. A lot of people still don't see what's going on.
Oh, I know.
So,
well, do you think that the people who don't see what's going on right in front of us in with the war that's taking place in the everyday right here. Do you think that they're focused on other things like ETs and Borgs and Archons and all that sort of stuff? Or are they not even paying attention to that either? I don't know.
I don't think so. I would assume not, although I could see also in certain comments and things that you see online that some people think that this is just a distraction, what's happening down here, because the real reality is happening out there.
Oh,
so
no.
you have soups of, you have all kinds of soups that say different scenarios of what is going on. But I understand what you're saying, that about perception, but I still feel somewhere that it's very, I don't even know if I'll use the right word.
Just use a word. It doesn't matter if it's the right one.
I feel for me that I'm very naive. I'm very childlike to a certain degree, that I look at the world and there's so much and I have a hard time making sense of it. And you want to respect other people. You say, okay, well, they believe that. So how can I have a discussion with people, or how can I view their perception and still think that all of this is part of my reality? But it seems like it's unreal. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. So my point was that about the truth, to bring it back around to my current reality as a human being on planet Earth, is that it becomes a little bit confusing. Like, I'm in Australia, but I have family in Germany, family in Canada, people in the US and different places, and it's like everybody seems to be, it seems like there's not a consensus reality, because there is, because we're all on a planet and it's working, but
sort of. Sort of. I will say this, when I finally settled, and I want to share some things about Kundalini, because there's a question about Kundalini. But when the Kundalini finally settled for myself, what I realized was that almost exactly what you just said. I'm looking at all the people around me, I'm listening to them, and I'm thinking, what are we doing? Who are those people? There is a sense of being alone here together with a lot of other people who are also alone here together, and who are struggling against that admission, or against that knowledge, or the acknowledgement of that fact that we're all alone here. We come in alone, we go out alone. Hopefully we connect with others along the way and can laugh a little and dance a little and sing a little. But the bottom line is, right now the reality is in a chaotic moment, and everybody is feeling more alone than they do together. And that is the true, or the best, or most honest perspective you can have right now. And we're creating this together. What I want is for people to begin to take responsibility for what they're creating, and to create something good. I mean, some of those people out there that are destroying things and protesting and rioting, that's not the kind of responsibility that I want to see. I mean, I think they're taking responsibility for what they think they're doing, but it doesn't have a good outcome. It's not cooperative. It doesn't have any beauty to it. It's like, what are you doing? There's other ways to create. I wanted to highlight some of what I'll call the everyday differences between what goes on in the advanced races and what goes on among humans. So, and these are just things that I know. There's probably, if other people have been among those races or in contact, they might know more pieces. And I think at this point in time, we need to be piecing together a better picture of these advanced races, because that's what we want to become, is an advanced race, advanced humans. So among the first things that I think is really very different is that humans still have babies. They still have sex. It's a messy kind of passionate kind of very active thing. And among advanced races, babies are mostly clones or hybrids. They let some of them input babies into races like human races. I'll use the humans for example. They put some sort of what do you call it, fetus, into a female, and they join the female, or they join a male and female. They take eggs from women, they take sperm from men. They let those come together in a test tube, and then they put that fetus, that little tiny morula, it's called, into a woman, and she, I was going to say germinates that. She kind of nurtures that new life for a while, sometimes 3 months, sometimes 4, sometimes 6 months, sometimes 7. And then they take that baby and they claim that as theirs. And they start with the training of the consciousness immediately. So that's one way of doing hybridization. The other thing they do is because they have evolved, many of them have evolved past the ability to have sex and give birth in the way humans do. We are valued for that, believe it or not. So sometimes they will take some DNA of theirs, mix it with sperm or egg from humans, and they'll have a hybrid, and they'll have, what they end up with is a species or a form of alien, ET, I hate to call them aliens, but a form of being that is half and half. And they then work with that. And so they just don't have much capacity to have a child in the way that we give birth to children. So that's different. Among advanced races, children's lives and their intelligence are supremely important. It's so much work and effort to get a functioning body that they're very, very attentive to those children, and they are very aware of how they want that child to be, what the plan is for that child. So they're working with that right from the get-go. And they also, many of the advanced races, because they no longer have children in the way we do, etc., or sex, the need to keep one's population at stable levels gives rise to the need to develop alternate birthing methods. Thus, they have superior genetics, and I do mean superior. You want to tweak a cell in the middle of your toenail, they can do it. They have hybrid programs. Some of those are male, female, but raised in the advanced race. In terms of consciousness, some are male and ET, some are female and ET. So they're trying to, some of them, get back to being able to have children in what it's a more natural way, or have access to more population, because they very often they have to keep their population up. So and although demographics are important, and they do work hard to keep their population up, you cannot give birth and raise a child on your own. That is not something that you can do. Some of the races only live on board a ship. Some have a planet, but they haven't been home to that planet in a very long time. And so it's important to understand that we here take it, we assume we can just have a child. People have children all the time. They're not even intending to get pregnant. And that's not the way it's done among advanced races at all. And you can see some of the problems that arise when you do have, you know, a huge population that's overflowing. Among advanced races, sexual relationships are rare and they're different. The whole romantic thing that we are taught to make the cornerstone of our life is not the cornerstone of advanced races. They use sex to sell everything here. The powers that be have all sorts of, I'm going to say, let me digress for just a moment. Businessmen who have partially awakened their consciousness and are very intuitive and they're very power seeking and they're very hungry to control others, often have a very powerful sexual drive. Why? Because Kundalini came up, activated the first 2 or 3 chakras and didn't go any further. Never got up to the heart, the throat, the vision, and the understanding of the nature of reality. So they end up very sexual, and sexual energy is the energy of the void, of the I am. So they have one toe in that all the time. And they learn to be very intuitive, and they learn to be kind of bold, and they take risks, et cetera, et cetera. The big visions, they have big goals, it's all of that. So they are driven by sex. Now, among the advanced races, the goal is to move that energy all the way up through, and then you have a more evolved and awakened being. And they have a much more powerful consciousness. And the consciousness is not focused on sex. It's focused on either seeing or speaking or knowing something. If you're trained, say, to be a writer or an engineer or a politician or whatever, a musician, and you're going to make beautiful music. Those are where the focus of energy goes. So among humans, a lot of it stays at the lower levels, and humans are not aware of having a focus or a path or a mission. A few, and more are coming to that, but that's standard. That sense of mission and purpose is in everybody in the advanced races. Sexual relationships among beings are a little different. There's none of the, it's almost all energetic. The idea, and if you've never experienced this, it's going to sound like it's either a fantasy story or it's not possible or it wouldn't be satisfying. And I'm going to say to you, that's not correct. When you can blend with some other energy system to the point that you can no longer tell which body is yours, then you're very close to what the sexual experience between advanced races is going to be. It's this blending of the consciousness and of the energy system, and then this breath work that works together that moves them into that Godhead, which is where the orgasm actually occurs. And maybe a good analogy would be, probably everybody has had dreams in which you wake up making love, or you had an orgasm with somebody. There was nobody with you. It's all happening up here. You're imagining that something's happening in the dream, but it's all happening up here. And that is the same kind of principle that is the nature of sexual interaction among the advanced races. So Love relationships really involve synchronizing consciousness more than anything else. You end up in this place where you love everything, every molecule, and if you find somebody who's a good match for you and has developed their love ability to that degree, then that's what love is. And sometimes there's a deliberate mismatch because one is going to raise the other one up. Ideally, in a relationship, one raises the other, and then the other one keeps going, and then raises this one, and it just keeps on going up, up, up. So another thing different among advanced races is a touch. A simple touch is used to create an orgasm in the body, which aligns your field and retunes your whole energy system and all your frequencies. And thus, the sexual orgasm is used for healing rather than for sexual experience. And that touch it's like being electrocuted. I've had that happen a number of times. Powerful electric shock. And you're different. You have some sort of instant orgasm, and you are immediately realigned. And all they do is reach out and touch your arm. Let's see. Biological robots are very common and very useful. They work with weather. They are field monitors. And when I say field monitors, I don't mean that they're out in the corn. That's not it. I'm talking about fields of energy. Some of them very highly charged and very dangerous. And so you put a biological robot or android in there to do some work. And you don't risk some of your people. Work that's not suitable for humanoids is also very important. Slaves, servants, teachers, and others. And there are slaves, and there are servants. And there's all levels of society. Maybe a little different than what we have here on planet Earth, but still, it's a diversified society. And then the last thing I would say amongst one, education is often accomplished by compatible races of a specialty. So let's say that you're a Pleiadian child and you're, say, 120 years old. That's fairly young still. And you have an interest or a passion in something. And your community, your group may or give you permission to go and work and live among another race who has a specialty. Among the Pleiadians, a lot of engineering is done with music and with frequency. And so in other races, let's say that music and frequency is used for metal fabrication. Yes, that's the best term I can come up with. Or let's say particular kinds of clothing fabrication, or what clothing is not the best word, skin suits would be a better term. Or you have somebody who is interested in something else. Then you may send your child, or the community may send its child to that race, and they may stay there for a decade or so learning whatever that race has to teach, and then come back and share it with the whole community. So education, very, very carefully done for until that individual is fully mature, which generally happens, I'm going to say, somewhere around 80 years of age. And then from there, they begin what's called higher education. And that's where they go to other places. So that's, so summing that up, sexual relationships are rare and different. Love relationships involve synchronizing consciousness in mind space. A simple touch is used to create an orgasm in the body, which then aligns all the fields and frequencies. And biological robots are common and very useful. And education is often accomplished by compatible races with a specialty of some sort.
So I don't know if it's something you can elaborate upon, but I have this very naive view of people living like for the Pleiadians in a ship, that they're all wearing the same kind of suit, and there's no, like, I have a hard time imagining. So what do they can you see their age? How do they dress? Is there a hierarchy? How old can they be? Can you talk a little bit more about, do they have parties? Do they celebrate birthdays? Do they, do they sometimes get bored? I don't know, like.
No, they don't. They celebrate other ways. They don't have parties. There's very little boredom that I recall ever having. And in terms of, well, there was something else you asked that I thought, something about clothing. The clothing can be very, very utilitarian, but among the Pleiadians, I'm just going to say it. This is probably not, you're not, well, anyway. So there's this utilitarian clothing, but the engineering of that clothing is designed to be kind of like a frequency generator. It generates music and it generates color. And therefore, it also generates a reaction or emotion or feeling. And so when we get dressed up, we'll wear one of the skin suits that generates this extraordinary sounds and music and feeling for others. You're always thinking of others. You want to, somehow make others' day better, make another person's day better by your choice of music and color that you're wearing that day. Okay? And it's just going to sound far-fetched here, because we don't have that. Here we have fashion here. And I'm not into fashion, never have been. Some of my clothes in my closet are 30 years old, and half of them came from Tractor Supply. So I'm not a fashion model or whatever. And I take very, very good care of my clothes, which is why they last for 20 or 30 years. And I don't care about what's the latest fashion, etc. And some of that comes from that habit of taking very good care of your skin suit, because they're hard to come by and they're very, very personalized.
So what about art? Because you could say that like fashion or artwork, or do they like these?
There'll be sound and light shows that just take your breath away, and that imply some sort of challenge and the overcoming of that challenge. And drama, I think somewhere in here I talk about how they entertain themselves. So yeah, very different.
What about hierarchy, in the sense of, can you tell that somebody's like, I don't know how long they live. When you say that there's billions of years old, is it like the whole race, or one being could be a billion years old, or?
No, the whole race.
The whole race.
It's the average age is about, we would say 700, 800, 1,000 Earth years.
And then what happens once they pass on? Are the frequencies kept and then put on into another body, or?
I'm not sure about that. I have some questions about that myself. I think when you have some of our national treasures are beings who have this extraordinary wisdom, and we also have the technology to be able to duplicate that consciousness, and that individual is like a walking library. And so I think that there's a way, I'm not sure, that they get permission from those individuals to store their consciousness and to, I'm not sure what they do. I know they do that with other things. I'm just not at all sure, and maybe this is just my own questions, because I know if you have a young being and you put that kind of consciousness in that young being, you're going to blow that system in a way that would be very detrimental. So when you have that kind of 1,000-year-old system, I suspect, I've seen this once or twice and I had questions myself, I suspect that they generate a form, put that consciousness in, let it speak, teach. You can ask questions of it, and when that question and answer session is over, the form disappears because it was perhaps only, we would say, computer generated, and the consciousness, I won't say it goes back in the bottle, it just doesn't have a form to attach to, but if you have that frequency set of that consciousness and you have imprinted that, you can use that in 1,000 different ways. So, and I have suspected that there are ways of you get some people who are really old and wise, 600, 700, 800 years old, and you offer them the chance to experience this mindset of this 1,000-year-old fella who was even more advanced. That's like an educational experience for that being. They're ready to handle it. They can handle it. So it's a whole different way of being and of interacting.
Because I would think that if there's a lot of healing frequency and we are frequency set, that to a certain degree that it wouldn't dissolve. So if it dissolves and dies after, let's say, 700 or 1,000 years, what is it that dies? Is it the vessel that was containing the frequency that died?
Yeah.
And then, but then you would think, just like on Earth, well, isn't there a reincarnation cycle that they can just come back and into another?
That is part of it. That is how they do that reincarnation thing. That's really an important piece. If the body dies, if the vehicle dies, they could see. That's why I said I have questions myself. I don't know quite how all that's done because I haven't been in the unit or the group that handles that whole thing. That's one of the things that seems to be, if I can say it, sort of not hidden, but not really openly discussed or talked about. And so I have questions about that. I told you I don't think I know very much, but I'll share what I do know. And that whole thing about I know that we have the technology to take an imprint of somebody's entire frequency pattern and then put that in other vessels, containers, bodies. And some of those bodies are developed specifically for that. Like I said, it's a different society with different ways of going about reproducing itself, but that really is one of my questions is, what about the old ones? What about the wise ones? So,
but also the idea, and you briefly touched on this before, and maybe I'll just put it here so that it goes with the same context, is that a very old frequency set, let's say like a 1,000-year-old Pleiadian, could not necessarily incarnate into a physical body. Does the frequency match? Because you said something about the frequency. Is there not a limitation, but can anything incarnate in any vessel? I'm assuming not, but then, so if I was 700 years old as a Arcturian, and I wanted to come back here, my frequency set would not necessarily match for a human body. That's what I'm trying to say, is that the vessel is also has to be able to take that whole
Yeah.
frequency.
Yeah, you give up. Well, here's there have been some stories of people who really wanted to end their life, but they didn't have enough guts to do that. And so what happens is that there's an arranged exchange, and the individual leaves the body and someone else comes in. When that occurs, there's a shift I mean, it's a painful, awful kind of moment in which the two frequencies, the frequency set of the body itself and the frequency set of the incoming consciousness, have to adjust. And that is extraordinarily painful. It's shocking. It feels like you're being electrocuted. That's the sense of it. And when you get up, as soon as you've acclimated, which doesn't take very long, to that new body, you're up and moving, and anybody that knew that body with its former occupant is going to know that something big has changed, something is different. And that doesn't happen very often, but that has been reported here on this planet. So that's one thing. And I think that that's supposed to, or is that precedent, is there for us to understand that the consciousness is not the body, and that the consciousness is a frequency or set of frequencies. And if you can map that and save that arrangement, then you can put that consciousness in almost any body, but there's going to be a moment of, whoops, okay. And you hope you don't short out the whole body so that it just blows up.
Yeah, because you mentioned that the more you evolve, the greater your fields and your frequencies are. So
Right.
would it fit in any vessel? Like, would it? Do you understand? Like, is there a way to squeeze it back in and just fit it? Like I'm using, like it sounds a bit silly, but if you think that if you're really big and the human body, let's say, is very limited in its frequencies, can you actually match that? Because I'm coming to the point that some people say that you don't incarnate your whole frequency set within, that you have such a big consciousness that you can actually just take a piece and incarnate it into a body, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
I've seen some of that. Yeah. That's why you have to be careful. If you're going to put a consciousness in a new container, and I'm not good, I don't know enough about that, but I do know that there are energy, we would call them genetic specialists and frequency specialists, who make sure that that's a compatible vessel. And it's not always 100%, but it's enough that the thing isn't going to blow apart or, just quit working because the consciousness blew it up or, caused a short or whatever. Consciousness is very, very powerful. It's a set of frequencies. And it is something that can be transferred from one body to another. And I think some of the stories, some of the records that we have of two people sharing one body, you get it for a couple of years, then it's my turn. I get it for a couple of years. That has happened in the past. So we haven't, as humans, implemented or taken that kind of information very far. We haven't done much with it, and part of the reason is because we're afraid. People are afraid here. And there's a whole bunch of religious kinds of rules that say, oh no, that's only for God to do or to decide. And so we're kind of hampered by that whole set of religious dogma that we have.
Well, I have a lot of other questions on this topic, but we'll leave it at that and we'll keep moving because I'm like, well, and I could go on.
Okay.
Because, like, for
Okay.
example, on Earth, there was a race of beings that were human that did live a couple of thousand years. Maybe said
Yeah.
maybe, yeah. So it's not just Pleiadians or other races. I mean, they were here on the planet as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my. There have been all sorts of different body shapes and consciousnesses here. A lot. Right now we have this. This is where we are now. But it didn't used to be that way. So it's very interesting how we have hidden our past from us so that we don't scare ourselves. Our past is very, very diverse and different from what we think it is.
And you can see some of that when you do when you go see Into Lives. You can actually see
Yes.
a lot of the different humanoids or different civilizations that we've been.
Right. Oh my. Yeah.
You could write a
Yeah.
book. You could write a book just about that. No, you can.
Probably. Yeah. There's I was thinking the other day about how every single person, every single country is here, and it can be looked at from a teaching perspective. And that is the teacher in me that's looking at it from that perspective. It's like, okay, what are they teaching? What are they learning? And it's astounding how well it all works, and it's messy as all get out. But if you can use, my kids always used to yell at me or complain, "You're taking her side." If they had come to me with a complaint about one of their siblings, I would immediately take the position, I'm going to use that sibling they're complaining about to teach that child. And I would say, no, I'm not taking sides. I'm using them to teach you. That's what siblings do. They teach one another beautifully because they're merciless, and they're the only ones who care enough to say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about, or hey, blah, blah. And so siblings are wonderful teachers. Well, we have that same situation happening around the planet now with all the stuff. So it's very interesting to see who's teaching who and who's learning what.
And just on the subject of age, you said that I don't know if the schools of consciousness and the crystal schools are the same, or they're two different places that you've talked about, but that there are
two different places.
Oh yeah, they're two different places. You said
vastly different places.
But they were both on Earth.
No, the schools of consciousness were on Earth. And they were up in the area of Mongolia, the Gobi Desert, up in that area. The Crystal School, I don't know where that is. I can get to it, but you travel out of body in consciousness only. If you haven't been invited or taken there, you would never know it exists. It was something that was taken there a number of times after Kundalini, and had a number of lessons there. Went to school there. It's an amazing place. That's the place where the beings are ageless from the beginning of time. And that's a trite statement or a trite way of saying it.
So just last questions about reincarnation and Pleiadians. So when you decided to incarnate here, do you remember if you were a very old being in the Pleiadians, and then you came here, and then when your physical body dies, does your set of frequency just reincarnate into another body? How would that work for you, for someone like you?
I'm not sure that I have all the pieces of that. Yes, I was very old when I came here. When I leave here, I will have choices. And that hasn't been decided yet, because the course of what I'm doing here hasn't been completely finished. It's not completed. If I'm going to come back and work again, I'll probably go to the way station and wait there for time to go by. Could go back to the Pleiadians themselves, but the way station, if you're going to come back as a human, that's where I would likely go. So
you once you come here, you can get into that cycle as well. You can continue on being a human. Okay.
Yeah, and if you feel that you're not done, and that you have more to do, then yeah, you will often come back. If we need a new narrative, and the basis of the old narrative was money, what's the new one? And everybody just sat there silently. And I thought, why don't we say the new narrative is based on beauty? It has to be beautiful. Beautiful architecture, beautiful music, beautiful trade systems, beautiful food, beautiful workplaces, beautiful, I don't know, beautiful people.
Isn't that more subjective, beauty?
I think there's some subjectivity in that, but there are forms of beauty that I think would wow anybody.
Okay.
Anybody.
I was wondering
And-
about that. Now you're saying, I'm like, that's an interesting topic that you're saying, because there is something that is beautiful no matter what culture you're from, whatever indoctrination
That's right.
you have.
Yeah, as cultures, we each have our individual ideas about what would be called special, if I can say it
Yeah.
like that, or what's interesting or what's relevant to that culture. But beauty, some of the places that I've seen, it isn't just beauty. There's a permission to live in luxury just because it's beautiful. That's it. Today I was actually writing my, a couple of people said to me, what do you know, you said what, you asked us, what do we want? And then you mentioned that you should probably say something about what you would say you wanted. So I was like, okay, I've been on, if I group the worlds, I've been in three kinds of worlds. One's totally barren, and one would be stunning beauty, and then the rest would all be weird. So I was looking at or just kind of making a list of what is it about the worlds that were incredibly barren, and why would anybody go there to live? And I thought, I'm just going to write down what I've noticed in those worlds. And it's the people who go there don't really want to be bothered with external maintenance of any kind. They don't want to deal with buildings. They don't want to deal with animals. They don't want to, they're often older. I've made a couple of things. They're often older populations or older races. They're really, really self-sufficient in themselves, and they're really powerful. Oh my, powerful is an understatement. Their attitude is, we don't need all that stuff. So we'll live over here where we can focus on our missions, and we'll leave those green worlds to the young ones. And so there's no trees, no bugs, no animals, no weather as we know it, except there is electrical weather everywhere you go. So you do have to be aware of that. There's no houses, no buildings, no roads, rivers, transportation, or food. And so nobody has to do dishes or laundry. So life is similar in some ways to a continuous out-of-body state, but with much, much greater self-discipline and self-control. The work of those who live there is the worlds I have been to. The work of those who live in the barren worlds is really about mapping other places in the cosmos where life might survive or might be successful if the right kind of life is introduced into the right environment. And so they map those worlds, and then they nurture life. They especially nurture life, especially human life, but all forms of life. Every kind of life you can imagine. And there's some forms out there that are just different. We'll leave it at that. and then the info that they come up with, that they map, is passed on to advanced races who then visit some of those suggested worlds or reality zones, and then they see life based on the recommendations of these ancient ones. And then some of those ancient ones on those barren worlds are fabulous teachers. They've been everywhere, they've done everything, they generate the body and the whatever they need as they go along. There's no need for external supports. And they, I've seen a couple of them that sort of blink on and off. They're obviously there and they're present even when you can't see them, but they don't manifest unless they have a reason to communicate. So those are just some comments on the barren worlds. And then there's the weird places, and those are zones of color, the ones I've been to. Strange colors, strange kinds of density, where forms are conscious, but they're not humanoid. Some of them look like sponges. Some look like some other blob of some other kind of material. They don't have arms and legs, and I'm kind of moving toward a human is a human, regardless of the details of that feature. So there are different races of humans, and here on this planet we have red, black, white, yellow, brown, and then there may be some others that I haven't even, maybe Bigfoot would qualify as a humanoid. But these others, there's places that have life, but they don't behave like humans. They don't think like humans. Humans are pretty standard. With all the differences that we have, if you look at the big picture, they're pretty standard. So, and then the beautiful places. Most of the beautiful places are worlds that are maintained by humans. They want, and this is all the further that I got here, they want beauty, they want good function. And when I say good function, that is in the energetic system, as well as their housing, as well as their equipment, everything. They want good function in their bodies, etc. They want predictability. They want good management, exquisite science. Oh my, exquisite science that goes far beyond what we have here, because most of what we have here is based on superstition and ignorance. We're getting there, but we got a ways to go. They want deep relationships, and that is something that a lot of humans, earthlings, are not familiar with. When I say deep, I mean there's no obstacles to knowing one another, and they don't need privacy. They don't have privacy. Humans need or seem to need privacy, which I've mentioned before. The beautiful worlds are maintained by humans who want personal power. They want personal responsibility. You can't get an invitation or even be allowed to join some of those worlds if you don't take responsibility for every thought, every word, every action, everything you create, everything you take care of. You're responsible. They want freedom from war. Absolutely, freedom from war. There are warlike other humans out there, but most of the races that have lived a long time have done so because they have avoided war and they haven't been wiped out. They want work that they love. They want work. They won't do anything that they don't love, because they consider that to be meaninglessness. and they want nothing to do with meaninglessness. They want comfortableness and ease. ETs are not into being uncomfortable, and they're not into doing heavy lifting and heavy work physically. They do that with their minds before they do anything else. If they, some of them will go get slaves to do heavy physical work if necessary. But there's no reason to not have a life of ease if your science and your consciousness are both in alignment with life. Then you can have a life of ease. They want sexual compatibility. And all humans have sexual, this is why we need to answer the question, why is there sex? Because sexual activity is in all of the humanoids. They want freedom, absolute freedom. But that freedom is integrated with a personal responsibility. They want creative license and the ability to be able to make whatever they think they need. And they want the ability to reproduce so that they can keep their species going. And they will reproduce, most of them, not in the haphazard way that we do. They're very careful with their genetics. The materials that they use to build ships or to build houses or to build equipment, we would be jaw on the floor if we could see and understand or be able to have the privilege of working with those kinds of materials that are intelligent in themselves. They have learned how to infuse energy into substances, changing the density of the substance, whatever it is, metal or wood or water or plastic. They're not much into plastic, but they have learned how to infuse energy into those substances, and that changes the not only the consciousness of that substance, but it changes the nature of what that substance can be used for. I'll say it that way. And it's amazing, and they have learned how to manipulate the fields, electromagnetic fields and particles and plasma fields, to produce what they want. And what they want is often beauty and a perfection of function that is absolutely stunning. And the last thing I would say is they want to be able to help others in the galaxy who might need something, who might be have recently undergone some kind of big, like a micronova or an electrical storm, a massive electrical storm, or some sort of difficulty with equipment out in space, in which case they gather together and they do rescue stuff. It's pretty, it's pretty amazing. Their technology, communications technology, and their transportation is off the charts in terms of power to, I'll call it jump from one system to another. So I would want all of those same things for us as humans here on this planet. And that's why I was saying earlier, because I had been working on this list, what if instead of money we had beauty as our criteria? In the Pleiadian system, something is not real unless it produces a symphony of beautiful sound. It's just not real. It isn't finished. It isn't complete. And so sound is the criteria for judging something. It's hard to communicate. Some of those ideas are a little different than what we have here, but we Earthlings could adopt some of those. What do we need? I think we just need permission. It's okay to have beauty. It's okay to have luxury. It's not possible if you have a competitive system instead of a cooperative system. It's not possible if you have strong men. It's not possible when somebody hogs all of the resources and then says, you can have a little bit of this if you give me a lot of this money. So it isn't possible when when all the deep relationships are based on money. We need permission to do things differently. You know, if I was the mother of the world, I would say, go make it happen. Go make it happen and share it. Share with everybody, and that would probably cause a little bit of uproar from those who don't have enough of themselves to maintain themselves without a whole lot of stuff. That stuff makes them feel like they are special or they are unique or whatever. Take away all the stuff, and who are you? What are you? Take away all the money. Take away the competition. Take away the idea of I'm better than you or you're better than me or all of that kind of thinking. And what do we have to face? We have to face ourselves. And there's wonderful magic power. It's not magic, it's wonderful awareness. And what's waiting for us is realization. And realization is becoming real, period. That's it. I've done some more reading in the book Beyond the Light Barrier. And I think we should maybe read a couple of the passages that are just, oh my, beautiful descriptions of what this other group of people has created for themselves on the closest star to our sun. So this is an excerpt from Beyond the Light Barrier, and this is Elizabeth, the woman who is having the relationship with the gentleman from another planet, from Proxima Centauri, has been taken to his planet. So they're coming into, they have just landed on this planet. And she says, Sharon, which is one of the people running this ship, pressed a button on the control panel to nullify the spaceship systems. We waited a few seconds while the field differentials dissipated and Akon walked toward the shining wall. The door slid open at his thought. I heard joyful voices and laughter as his family came into the ship to greet us. And then Akon took my hand and led me down a single flight of stairs that descended into the home from the landing ramp. It was a circular balcony of delicately carved railings glowing with the luster of pearls against golden walls. It curved around the building, bringing us to the second floor. I could see the great living room far below, a vast circular chamber full of the glorious colors of the spectrum on the floor, the walls, the couches, and the divans. The spiral staircase curved down the center of the building. The banisters were hand-carved in a lovely, delicate tracery of flowers and vines. These carvings were made of the same glowing material I had seen in the spaceship. Putting my hand on the smooth, lovely surface, we walked slowly downstairs. And then he gives her a string of pearls. And hang on a second. Oh, here we go. I looked up at the perfection of the domed ceiling painted with the 3 stars of Alpha Centauri. They shed their life-giving rays throughout the home in a natural lighting emanating from the glowing, luminous substance of pearl. I absorbed the beauty of the atmosphere within the home. The color vibrations were particularly strong, with no pale or insipid colors. Everywhere, the bright and glorious colors of the spectrum of nature blended with a deep, silky softness that took my breath away. Delicate music played on strings in the background, and it was music of such purity and perfection of composition that its magic thrilled my soul. Even my body responded with ecstasy to the vibrations. The homes of the people of Metan were not more than 3 stories high, I learned, but they only lived on the first 2 floors. The top story was used for the kitchen and the storerooms. They preferred to live and sleep close to the ground because it was healthier to do so. It also allowed them to retain the magnetic impulses emanating from the planet. Let's see here. Metan's people had no tensions or aggressive thoughts, which allowed them to retain their health and longevity. Because of the advanced conditions for living and their way of life, they had no need for a monetary system. The beauty and comforts of life were shared by all inhabitants, resulting in time for the cultivation of the mind and the attainment of a great cultural foundation and background. That's one of my complaints about this place here. The lifestyle that we have here does not allow consciousness to cycle in its natural cycles, and there's no reflection time. Let's see here. All knowledge was channeled into constructive work and recreation. The arts and sciences were pursued by all and produced a greatly advanced and very constructive civilization where violence and wars were completely unknown. We maintain harmonious contact with other races on other planets, Akon continued, but close contact is unknown among our race beyond this solar system. This is why only a few from beyond this solar system are chosen for breeding purposes. It's just to infuse new blood into our ancient race. We only select those few whom we know to be reborn from the mother planet, Venus. You, my beloved, he's talking to Elizabeth, have this racial heritage. Your ancient lineage goes back many thousands of years in Earth time. We have traced your ancestry, and all of this was arranged when you were born. And then he goes on. They talked about the food. It's not in this particular section, but they talked about the food. He said it's the food and the way they prepare food is really very critical. His sister came into the room bearing a silver tray of refreshments and brought me a bowl of fruit juice. Drink it all down, she said. It has been out in the light of the stars, absorbing the life-giving radiation that filters through our thick atmosphere. I'm so happy that you and Akon have mated so perfectly. It rarely happens with other planetary beings. And then she goes on, let's see here. Only when balance is achieved do we change vibrations. And then we do indeed find joy in life forever. Let's see here. The herbal juices I have just given you will regulate your heartbeat and prevent any distress. It will allay the effect of our atmosphere on your heart until we have delivered your son so that he may be born on this planet and become attuned to the environment where he belongs. You know and are happy that he may never breathe the harsh atmosphere now imposed by humankind's pollution of Earth's environment. Looking through the long open doors of the living room, I saw the deep sapphire blue of the sea. The waters sparkled in gentle waves that washed the white beach. The pulse of their energy, propagated by the oscillations of water molecules, moved in rhythmic swells from the far horizon. It was a very gentle climate. A race is affected by the climate in which it lives. Not here on this planet could the ruthless and prodigious march of storms across land and sea occur. So, spawned by the high winds of unstable atmospheric pressure, the mighty storms of Earth rule its skies, and the people of that planet bow in awe and fright before the onslaught of these hostile storms. Yet these living cells that multiply in the frigid heights, depending on the noise and destruction for their progressive march across the face of a planet, can be tamed. Bereft of their destructive power, they become gentle and provide the soft rains so necessary for the life of a planet. So I'll stop there. Well, let me read one more little thing. The people of Earth live in a world of chaos and destruction. These are the height of their understanding, and hydrogen bombs are the limit of their power. The unstable conditions existing there cause low-pressure waves to trigger faults within the crust of the planet, and the resulting devastation from earthquakes and heaving seas is a clear indication of the extent to which Earth's surface breathes the sky. And she goes on, she talks about, there's a lot of detail in this book about life and how they manage it. They grow food in this little cabinet in the kitchen, and it grows very, very quickly, and they have certain bacteria that they maintain. It's just an entirely different way of living and feeding themselves. Their water is infused with energies from the sea. It's just amazing. They purify their air, and that is one of the reasons why UFOs tend to stick to the mountains, because it's a little bit less polluted up there. So it's really, I really can't recommend this book too much. It is really an eye-opener, and the fact that it's true story and it's real, and it was happening recently. This isn't something that happened 103,000 years ago. I think she was still alive, and I maybe gave her last talk before in was it 1983 in front of some scientific some sort of scientific grouping, the 11th International Congress of UFO Research Groups at Wiesbaden, Germany. And that was 1975, I'm sorry. In 83, she addressed the House of Lords in England, and her paper was read at the United Nations. There she is. So I think what becomes clear as you read this book is that they were hoping, the whole group of beings from Proxima Centauri were hoping that Elizabeth would be able to teach people on Earth some of the secrets of nature, and inspire them with some of the details of life on their planet, which is the closest star to our sun, etc., and to maybe take permission from those descriptions to say, wow, what are we doing wrong? Why do we have trash everywhere? What's wrong with this picture? So give yourself permission to live in luxury, not at anyone's expense, but just because. Why would you choose anything else? One of probably my most powerful, important teacher. Makumrach is a male entity living on a barren world. There might be a few others on that planet, but I've never seen anybody there. There are no trees, there are no houses, there's nothing there. And yet, when you go there and you meet with him, you just simply go there and you call out to him and you meet with him, and he shows up. There's this warmth, there's this sense of being home, there's this sense of completeness, there's this sense of ruthless love. And that ruthless love is truthful, it's direct. I don't know if I'm even able to express what that's about, or how that ruthless love, maybe like tough love. We would say here, tough love. That I've asked very little, but I've still asked a few things about, are you here alone? And the answer is, I'm never alone. The whole cosmos is here. And so that I haven't got my mind around that quite yet in terms of what that means, or what that means to him. But it speaks of a level of connection that most people cannot imagine. There have been one or two other worlds that I've been on, very, very barren. One not as barren as the one that I just mentioned, which I don't know what the name of Makumrach's planet is. I've just never asked, and that's one of my shortcomings. I never say, "What's your name?" You know, what's the name of this place? I just don't think like that. But the other place that I've been to, very, very barren, absolutely stunning equipment. And because of the nature of the, what would I call it? The nature of the energies in that place. That's why they picked that place, because it's conducive to the development of specialty forms of metal that are very, very conscious and that are used for all sorts of stuff. I'm trying to think of, there's none of the things that we would need here. That doesn't make cars, this equipment doesn't make cars, it doesn't make washing machines, it doesn't make computers. I've looked at it a few times and thought, okay, I'm not sure what that does, but wow, that's some pretty impressive equipment. And the complexity of it is stunning, even with the fact that the machinery, the metals and the parts are conscious. And the beings who run this equipment communicate with it, and the equipment changes according to what their communications are. And that I had the impression, but I'm not sure, that it was doing what you might call clearing the air or changing the atmosphere of a planet, because it was in a particular position close enough to a star to be in that zone that would be habitable by humans, but the air was not good, and so they were changing the atmosphere, which was really changing the entire frequency signature of the planet and the relationships within that solar system. And I was just stunned by that. I've been in a couple of let's go to the weird worlds. There's almost nothing that I can say about those. A couple of them very futuristic, some full of humans, but stuck in or built around a concept like the Wild West lives forever. That kind of thing. There's some worlds that, to me, I don't watch movies. I've made jokes about I've seen maybe 10 movies in my life, and that's about it. But I had the impression that the people who built those worlds, and literally, I mean, built those worlds, were building something that they were basing on something like a movie. They didn't have a sense of reality. They had a sense of unreality. And if I had to compare it to something, I would say it would be a very sophisticated copy of a Disney World experience. Like people in the cosmos, and I think I've said this before, ETs don't like to sit and watch TV. They don't really like to read either. What they like is to participate in some exciting experience. They love that. And so they are what you might call drama addicts instead of TV addicts. And so these worlds that I have been to, there's 2 or 3 of them, I had the overwhelming sense that they were built as worlds where beings came to play at being a cowboy. For instance, the one that was a cowboy was that kind of thing. There were worlds that were pretty science fiction like, and those were also built to allow people to play act, allow humanoids to come there, visit, and play act. So those, that's about all I can say about the various places. There was some other question in there you asked me about. What was that?
Can you talk in terms of the slavery? Because you've mentioned that before, that there are
Yeah.
worlds that have slaves, and that, and this is very naive to say, well, if they're evolved, why would they have slaves? So can you just kind of, because maybe there's a reason that how they view it, but can you just talk a little bit about that?
Because humans are humans are humans are humans. And some of them are very evolved, and some of them are very spiritual, and some of them are very evolved, and some of them are very, what would be the term, practical? That's not a very good term. They're very, they've evolved to a degree where they don't have much physical strength. And they've also, when you're in one of those kinds of races and you've evolved in that or come up through the ranks in that, you're pretty well programmed, just like we are programmed by our experience here. And there isn't the spontaneity that Earth humans have. And so they will sometimes, the idea of slavery is never like we have slavery here. When you're a slave here, you probably got to be a slave for your whole life. And they, meaning the powers that be or whoever's in control, they're not going to do anything to set you free. They're not going to make your life easier. They don't care. You can die, be born a slave and die a slave and never know anything else. That when I talk about slavery among other races of beings elsewhere in the solar system, you might be a slave for some years, 10 years or something. Timing is different for other, when you get into other realms, the sense of time is different. It's all based on the frequency. And so they will make you a slave for 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, something like that. And then you're free. So there's no such thing. When I talk about slavery, it's not quite the same as the way we talk about slavery here. When we talk about slavery here, often there's this, what do you call that in India, where you're never valuable. It's a different caste.
Yeah, it's the untouchables.
Yeah.
They're called
okay.
untouchables, yeah.
Yeah, and you never get past that. You never earn your way out of that or work your way beyond that. That's not the way it is for a lot of slave working nations. They borrow you for a few years and then put you back, send you back. that's what I mean when I'm talking about slavery. And because of the nature of what advanced races can do with frequencies, um, they will take a snapshot of your frequency set at the moment that they pick you up, and they will store that on disk or however they do that. And then they work you, and so some years go by, and then they, when they're done with you, when they don't want to interfere. They just want the good years of your life as much as possible. But then when they're done with you, they put you back and they restore your mindset, and you pick up. Sometimes there's a gap there. Sometimes it's only a little gap. Sometimes there's almost no gap. And you continue on doing whatever you were doing. But the energetics and the sense of self and the sense of how strong you are, and what you're to do, and what your natural, what Don Juan used to call it, your natural predilection. It's the intent that's built into your individual consciousness. And it's that same predilection that drives you to become a scientist or an architect or a doctor or an artist or a football player and so that they try to get people who have a very strong predilection in one direction or another that matches what they need, and they just borrow some of that energy and then they put it back. So does that make sense?
I'm just wondering what people will say. Well, that's not okay. They're doing that without asking me my permission. Again, that's all this thing of how dare they?
They don't ask permission.
Yes, exactly.
No, they don't. Sorry. And we have this whole bunch of rules around that kind of thing because we have to have those kinds of rules, because human earthlings are so willing to hurt one another. There has to be at least some effort to stop the hurt. And that is what all the rules here are about. And a lot of people don't follow them, but at least they're out there as a guideline. And that's, it's not something that aliens or ETs or other races even blink about. So, and we also have such a limited understanding of the nature of reality and the sense of self, that it frightens. Anything out of the usual frightens us, anything off the path. And it's because we don't understand the science or any of the technology that goes with that. So we have all these rules of politeness and privacy and et cetera, et cetera. When I say that a lot of the worlds that are absolutely beautiful, they want deep relationships. That deep relationship is based on you being aware of who you are and how you are and present to yourself every moment. And they tend to not bother those kinds of people if you're present. They will sometimes go after somebody who's not very present because they're not paying attention. They don't even notice that something has changed.
Because right now, there's a lot also out there that say that there's slavery on this planet, obviously, and slavery is defined as involuntary work, sex, etc. And that this is also a phenomenon that is supposedly also off-planet, so that humans are taken.
That's true.
A lot for involuntary work, and which is not. I don't want to say not nice work, but it's not something that you would necessarily choose to do on your own.
Yeah, and not all the races engage in that. So that you have to be aware that the advanced races are advanced because they have, not because they've taken on our Christian morals, they've advanced because they've let go to understand the nature of reality and be able to develop technology, equipment, transportation, and what I call manifestation chambers that do all kinds of things that frighten the daylights out of humans, earthling humans, and really doesn't need to frighten anybody, but that's just the way that it is. And when those races that do slavery come around, there's dangers there. Sometimes some races are, I like to say, some races are like the U.S. used to be, very colonialist, trying to establish a bigger resource base for themselves. With the more diversity that you have, the stronger your civilization or your grouping is, because you have lots of diversity. The last thing that ETs really want or count on is everybody is the same, thinks the same, feels the same, walks in lockstep. They do have some pretty highly disciplined rules that they put out there because people have to learn to work together, but they are very aware that they're sacrificing some spontaneity, and so then they go to find people like us that they never know what's coming out of us. And just like, yeah, that's what we want. It's really kind of funny when you think about it.
So advanced races, well, I don't know what we can define as advanced, because some might say, well, they're not advanced, they're still into slavery. But when you try to define advanced
well,
races,
wait a minute. What's, it's the idea of advanced that we're all going to float around in white robes and play harps and say, kumbaya, or sing kumbaya to one another. What does advanced mean? A lot of people are thinking that advanced means that there's no more conflict, when really the conflict is greatly reduced in each individual and in between the majority of individuals. But that doesn't mean they won't defend themselves. That doesn't mean that they're not going to have weapons. Because if you are a humanoid being in this galaxy, you're going to have tools. If you start moving around, because the place is full of other humans, and you need to be paying attention to the fact that some of them are not as gentle as others. All of them are very aware, and that's part of that process of becoming an advanced race, but that doesn't mean they turn into doormats, not by a long stretch.
I'm just thinking of a conversation here that we need to have, and I don't know how to, not need to have, but that it'd be good to have, but I don't know how to introduce it. And you started by, I wanted you to describe, so what is an advanced race? But again, it comes back to, where's the love? And that's a stupid question, I know, but it comes back to that concept that I have from the beginning. So
that's a great question. Yeah.
So, but it's since
Where's
the
the
beginning,
love?
since we started to talk, just it's that concept of what does it mean to be an involved being. So I always come back to that conversation we had a year ago, and I said, well, and then from there we've grown, and I've asked you many, but it comes back to that first conversation about what does it mean to be an evolved being, and where's love? Because that's where we think that if you've had a Kundalini experience, if you've experienced massive amounts of unconditional love, because you've suddenly been connected to the I am, that you would think that you're perpetually connected to that I am and filled with, love at every moment, okay? But it seems that advanced races, that's not necessarily how you describe them. So advanced races, if you get off the planet, if that's what we mean, that we're not, tied to a planet, that we've evolved our technology and we become space-based, so to speak, you can advance in that direction without ever necessarily advancing yourself and that connection to the Godhead, or is that a prerequisite?
Okay, so because of the legacy of religion, the the thinking of so many people here is that the goal is to go home to God. I'll call it. That's the best way I can put it. But when you want to talk about advanced races, one thing I would say is it because they have advanced technology? Is it because they have advanced health systems and they live forever, so they get wise? Is it because they have advanced kinds of relationships that they don't end up at war and they last a long time again? Is it some other kind of advanced whatever? Have they advanced beyond money? Have they advanced beyond government? And everybody's personally responsible and cooperating, communicating, etc. Advanced races we think of as beings who are thinking like us, like we've been taught to think. Like if you are good and you live a good life, you'll die and you go to heaven. So the question, one of the early questions I asked was, well, how come we have to be dead before we can enjoy? What's that about? There's something wrong there. And that turned out for me to eventually, I saw that teaching or that premise as a sort of a, I can't use the word, but sort of a mind job on humans to say, be content with what you got. Once you're dead, then you get your reward. I'm like, what kind of system is that? So it's not the idea that we're going to God and everything will be fine. That's kind of like the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus stories, Tooth Fairy kind of thing. This is the life. The whole thing, the whole reason for life is to enjoy life. The whole reason, why would we have these amazing humanoid bodies if we weren't going to enjoy life? When life is the central goal. And life comes about because of the Godhead. There's no guy out there that's going to make it all better. Although I could modify that 6 different ways. So the assumption that we're making is advanced races means there's no war, there's no struggle, there's no death, there's no this, there's no troubles, there's no selfishness, there's no colonial drivers among other races, there's all of those things that make us human are really, we're assuming that all those go away and we become something other than human beings. We become beings of some sort. A lot of popular talk is fifth dimensional beings, even though people have not a clue what that really means. And there's no real way to measure that. And so anyway, going back to that whole question of what is an advanced race or what does it mean to be an evolved being, that means that you are able to take in much more information and process that accurately and without defensiveness, when defensiveness is not required, and with a ton of creative possibility around each thing of that, and that you also begin turning into light, which then allows you to become an eternal being and move beyond time, and then you get into lives that are hundreds, if not thousands, probably more than thousands of years old. Some of the beings I've met are ageless, absolutely ageless. We can't get our mind around that. We are surprised when we see somebody who's 90 years old who could still walk. It's like, okay, since the consciousness is what's creating this reality, what are we creating? We have to begin to evolve the consciousness. That's what it means to be an evolved person. It means you create differently. and without all of these assumptions that are go nowhere assumptions and very unproductive, and that absolutely do not take the immense power and potential that's embedded in every human into account. It never gets used. It's tragic. It's like, oh.
Can I pick at it a little bit more?
Yeah,
There's
you
still
can pick
something
at it.
that's not clear for me yet. So let me try to
Okay.
ask my question again. So we
Okay.
touched on this very briefly last time we talked, and you said something along the lines of, because we were discussing evolution, etc. And we talked along the lines of that many people think that nowadays we need to move away from the city, shut off our phones, shut off our computers, and go back to nature, and
Yeah.
somewhere we will evolve in nature, all right? And then I asked you, I said, is it possible for a whole civilization to awaken a consciousness and leave the planet without no evolution in terms of their technology? And you said, yes, perhaps one or two people can, but it's not really possible for whole civilization. You need to move through the technology aspect of it. You need to start working more with that, and eventually the technology becomes conscious as well. There's consciousness in which will could go into
Right.
the AI thing, but we'll just leave it as consciousness itself.
Okay.
So my question always comes back to so I look at me where I am now. I'm a little human, earth human, not really evolved in my consciousness. I'm kind of treading along, trying to understand what's going on. And, I haven't had this full-blown Kundalini experience where I have all my senses awakened. I'm just like any other being here, most beings here. All right, so this is where I am. And then you talk about these races that live, in other worlds and seem to be advanced in terms of their technology. But then I wonder, in terms of their evolution of their consciousness. And so what I mean by that is, for me, when I evolve my consciousness, when I ask all these questions, because I'm concerned with ethics, I'm concerned with love, I'm concerned with beauty, I'm concerned with evolving in that direction. Yes, I would like to have the technology, but for me, it kind of goes hand in hand. But what you're saying, it seems that you can evolve without evolving your consciousness, without evolving that aspect. And maybe I'm wrong or I misunderstand, but it seems that can you leave the planet and become a space-based civilization without having that Kundalini experience, that touch of the Godhead, that expansion of all your senses, that you teach a lot in all your books, that you try to push to say we need to evolve our consciousness. But
right. You asked a really good question in there, and then you kept right on going. And I'm not sure I can even grasp and pull it out. You use the word evolve in two ways, both to mean evolving as well as to mean advancing, and they're two different things. And so I can't remember exactly how you said it. I'd have to go back and listen to the recording again. But to evolve yourself and your consciousness, and based on what you just said, I want to evolve. I want to be able to do these things, and love and all this stuff. You would be considered a pretty evolved being in some of those advanced races. Okay? Because that's a goal of yours. Not everybody wants to be in a place of love. And so when I talk about an entire group of people being able to leave the planet, typically that doesn't happen. It is possible, but typically there's going to be only a handful that are interested in moving into that future. The rest are going to be caught up in struggling to win yesterday's argument with their neighbor or their boss or their whatever. They're not keeping their eye on the right ball game, if I can say it like that. And so to evolve means that you begin to advance and reshape, reorganize your plasma system. And you can see that process happen when you look at those cymatic films that show when frequency goes up, the pattern changes. Well, that's the same thing that happens in the human. Films that show when frequency goes up, the pattern changes. Well, that's the same thing that happens in the human. And that's the evolution through a series of stages as you move up, as you move your frequency up. And so you expand and you change that frequency, and you are an evolved being. And you will, if you do a good job and you have good teachers or good, I'm going to say good programmers, then you'll have that interest in spirituality, love, peacefulness, joy, honesty, ethics, all those things. You can be brought into an advanced culture and get all of their programming as if that's the only, how do I say, you can be born into or be brought into an advanced culture, and you'll get, just by osmosis, just like we do as children, you come to understand all the rules and all the do's and don'ts and all the premises and all the science, or the basic science, and you get educated into that system, and so you're in it. That they may teach their children right from the get-go to expand their consciousness tremendously. What are they teaching their children to evolve their consciousness to do? Who knows? It might be to catch fish. I'll use that as a poor example. It might be to develop propulsion. It's not really propulsion systems. It's technological systems. It might be for some other reason altogether. It might be to produce phenomenal food that transforms consciousness. Just eat that food for a short time, and by gosh, you are different at the core. Food causes a core change. So I hope that makes sense.
You clarified quite a few things, and I think one of the important things is that there is a difference. If we assign a meaning to words, there's a difference between evolution and evolving and advanced. So an advanced being that has technology and plasma and has been able to, do all sorts of magnificent things with technology is not necessarily evolved in terms of what I see as ethics or behaviors or
That's right.
so this is a big thing. So they're not equating the same. You can't
That's right.
Okay, so we've never really talked about this before. So that's
Oh, okay.
that's the whole where's the love question, was that what is the difference? And we just clarified it. You just like, this is exactly what I was asking, was that what is the
Okay.
difference between
Oh,
me?
okay.
Do you understand? So for you, it's
Yeah.
obvious, but for me, it's not obvious. You talk about advanced races, we all automatically go, well, but they've evolved, they've had Kundalini. So why are they slaving? Why are they going to war? Why are they doing these things? And then, so there's always and then
Yeah.
because you describe Kundalini as a fundamental point of evolution, but then when you have a Kundalini experience, you experience love.
Yeah.
You experience something.
Yeah, you do.
So
Yeah.
how do you disconnect from that? How all of a sudden you've experienced love and you've touched something great? Yes, you can go off and decide not to look at that anymore. But how does that not change you fundamentally as an advanced race?
Yeah. Well, for those who have Kundalini, it does, you never step out of that love. But you can have an advanced culture who just grew up that way because that's the way they do things. But they don't necessarily, they haven't made that connection. They may be taught about that Godhead. They may be taught about the power that's out there and that's available, but they haven't connected to it. But they have astounding powers of consciousness and astounding technology and astounding lifestyles, and everything about their life is just wow. And compared to ours, we're pretty primitive. But when you have that connection, yeah, and most of the well, let me say it this way: a fair number of other races find that connection to love through their partner. I mean, there are love relationships among humans, and it doesn't matter what the race is, profound relationships of love. And sometimes that will trigger the what I'm going to call that move into enlightenment and wisdom, that brings them to positions in which they lead in their system. They become leaders in their race because of that wisdom, because of that insight, because they continue to develop themselves, because just a lot of reasons. So yeah, and oddly, they can also achieve that mechanically through electrical stimulation. And that is, it introduces you to that Godhead. It's the same kind of thing, but it's amazing that how few of the advanced races that are basically kind of warlike in their own way, they're not really interested in that connection. It's almost as if they know, once I connect to that kind of love, I'm not going to be a very good warrior. I'm not going to be a very good designer. Or I'm not going to be this or that or whatever. There's no guarantee. How would I say that? Because the race is another race, like some of the races are very spiritual. Oh, wow. Some of them are kind of treacherous. And so depends on what you run into, and what kind of training you have in terms of your own ability to manage situations like that. I don't want to go into that because it becomes irrelevant for us here. But now I forgot where I was going with all that whole thing. Let me go back to the enlightenment piece and the evolution piece and the Kundalini piece. Yeah, that does happen. And sometimes a lot of people in one race are amazingly developed. Amazing. But there are others where there's just a few. And it's very similar to us, except they're much more advanced in every other way. And we pride ourselves on our moral superiority. And then I look out at the world today and think, okay, where's all that moral superiority right now? Lots of crap going on, lots of injustice, lots of cruelty. We don't have any business taking this moral superiority stand at this point in time.
All right. So just to say that it took like almost a year for me to understand this advanced, there's like a huge distinction there. There's like it's like very, it clarifies quite a bit.
Let me just remind people generally that a human is a human is a human is a human. Whether you're from here or there, it's the individual interaction. And some of those advanced humans have advanced consciousness that is astounding. And they're very, very spiritual. And some of them are just very practical, down to earth, day to day, get it done, etc., etc. So keep that in mind.
At this time, right now on the planet, we could say that a lot of the New Age movement, that we might all be deceiving ourselves one way or the other, okay? Because we don't really know, so we follow. But my point is that the intention that a lot of these people have is there's a lot of ethics in what they're looking to achieve. So their ideal of saying, yeah, we're going to go play harp and be bliss, somewhere they're trying to feel that there's going to be joy, love, peace, and we're all going to get along.
Yes.
So there is something quite remarkable about that in itself, that there's a huge amount of people on this planet right now. Well, I say huge. Some people might say it's not that much, but there's quite a bit of people on the planet.
I think there's quite a few.
Yeah. So the fundamental intent of the human race at this time, there's something fundamental that is looking to be beautiful, that is looking for good.
Right. I think there's something else besides that. You hear talk in a lot of when you're talking about the cabal, or you're talking about the deep state or whoever, and that it's always, they want to reduce the population. They want to reduce the population. Why? Because what I mentioned yesterday or the day before, there's 8 billion people is a huge mass of consciousness. We as earthlings have never experienced what it is to bring 8 billion consciousnesses together and focus that. And that is something they don't want us to learn. They don't want us to discover the power of consciousness, the power of that much consciousness. Oh my. And so that is part of the reason that they're saying we need to reduce population, because they don't want that power for us. I think we need to explore and experiment with that, celebrate every life that's here. That's part of the reason I think they don't care about the conditions some of those people are living in. The conditions are not good. And they keep those consciousnesses down on purpose, and I think that's really criminal. It is it's planetary crime at its worst, to try to suppress the consciousness of an entire planet. So just, that's my 2 cents.
But what I said before is valid, that there's a lot of good people who have a good intention through the New Age movement of trying to wake up. It's a very, it's probably, it's steeped in somewhat religious biases, but it's still, I mean, they're good people.
And even if it's been co-opted, so what? It's still, there's a lot of good in people, and it doesn't take a whole lot to transform a population, or to lead in a direction that says, we're going this way. So, you're right. It's really, I think, going to be our saving grace. That interest in love. Love is a force. Learning how to use that force is a critical piece in terms of development of everything, whether that's the development of food systems or government systems or technological systems or educational systems. Love is a force that has to come into that process. And that's something that we're moving toward. And I think that's really, I really appreciate when I hear people talk about, well, I'm trying to figure out that I'm trying to be good, and I see their struggle, and I know the frustration that it just all seems so ordinary, and I think we forget to celebrate the ordinary. That's really the anchor for so much other stuff that is happening that maybe isn't yours to do, but if you weren't there anchoring, they wouldn't be able to do what they were doing or make that thing happen or focus enough to be able to communicate with that thing they're developing, that project, that movie, that equipment, whatever, that new concept. So don't ever think that you're not special or that you're not doing something remarkable. Wow, that is the furthest thing from the truth. Everybody here is contributing remarkably with their own ordinariness, and that is something that has to be there.
So this person says, how many civilizations did Penny's people have to go through to reach maturity? How many chances do we have left? Does spirit play dice with the cosmos?
Wow. Okay, so my people are 2 billion years old. The humans here on the planet are about, this version of humans are maybe 60 to 80,000 years old. And that's not, I'm going to say, and there have been modifications along the way. So if you go back, I'm going to say through the last 12 to 25,000 years, you'll see some changes happen. When the sun changed, plasma is incredibly powerful, and so there were mutations in us in the survivors as we move forward. Okay, so in terms of being able to say how many tries does the human race have left, I would say tries is not the word, it's years. And so if we make the right choices, we have an unlimited number of years. And that is the secret to the whole thing. Making the right choices at the right time, taking the right steps, the right action, etc. I think we're going to run into some problems within the next 20 years, pretty serious problems. Maybe only 7 or 8 years from now, they may begin. I think we're already running into some of those major problems. And I'm looking at the floods in China, and there's some other floods in Saudi Arabia. The planet changes all the time. We have to make wise decisions, wise choices, and be prepared, because we live on such a dynamic planet. So if we say, well, we can't do that because nobody else is doing it, well, that is not a survivalist kind of approach. If we say, well, I can't afford to do that, I have to pay my bills, or I have to do this, that's not a survivalist approach either, and that isn't a right choice at the right time kind of thing. You have to be ready to make choices and to live a little bit differently sometimes if the planet is going through something. And right now, we, at the very least, are headed into a grand solar minimum. They last anywhere from 30 to 400 years. We don't know what this one will be, but we'll be in it will be in it to the eyeballs by, say, 2032. If the sun has not had a micronova before then, and it's due any time now, anytime between now and 2047. If the sun has a micronova, then, well, those who aren't prepared for that and don't have anywhere to go and aren't fully self-sufficient, well, who knows what'll happen. People have survived those in the past. But it's not fun, and it's what the little man in brown robes said they did not want us to go through. They did not want us to return to primitive. They wanted us to make this leap in consciousness so that we would survive and thrive and move ahead. We have to look at what our science is telling us. A number of my ET people have said, come on, come on, come on. And we don't do anything different. And we're so distracted by all the drama happening out there that we really haven't been able to stop and say, no, wait a minute, what's really most important here? So, does spirit play dice with the cosmos? Absolutely. Absolutely. And when I say spirit, I mean that's consciousness. So the spirit of whatever is happening is what's going to affect us. So when you have this dynamically changing environment, just imagine the whole cosmos is nothing but electrical currents, some of them gigantic, some of them little bitty things, some of them long-term, some of them very quick. When you have fields that arise from those currents, and those fields are holding particles in place, and everything's moving and shifting, and the currents are traveling. They don't travel in a straight line. They travel in these spiraling things, that big spirals. And you get these big plasma sheets that our planet is lost in. Then you have a much more dynamic, much more changing minute by minute kind of situation. Now, what is the key in all of that? It's consciousness. When you observe something and you're just looking to see what's going to happen there, that observation is forming because you have things inside of you that are interacting with that, and it's easier to describe it. I mean, to show it in a picture. But when you observe something, especially if you have an agenda, what happens is that the fields and the particles and the currents all move into position as if called forth by you, because your consciousness is impacting the consciousness that's out there. And because of the nature of cooperation in the cosmos, everything is saying, oh, she wants this. Oh, she's thinking that. Oh, he wants that. Oh, and that cosmos, it comes into being when we think it. When we feel it, it's even faster. So it's really important to understand that consciousness, everything is consciousness, including yourself. And everything is interacting. So you and your consciousness are interacting with the whole cosmos and the planet and etc. And so the question is not, does spirit play dice with the cosmos? It's, what do you want? Sound familiar? What is it you want? You are playing with the cosmos. So create something that you want.
This person asks in the ET, he says, thanks for good information, but I feel inferior to those other civilizations. And then somebody replied, said, Kent, we are not less, than just different. There are probably other races that wish they would have the ability to feel like we do, grasp life. We have an unbelievably beautiful planet, and more than likely we have lives in those advanced races, for we are multidimensional.
Let's talk about the whole thing, inferior, superior to other civilizations, and the comments as well, because there's some really important things to consider in there. The humanoid is a humanoid is a humanoid is a humanoid. Okay, so we are humanoid, and the potential that's built into the humanoid is tremendous. So in that sense, we are not inferior to anyone. Our lifestyle is the farthest thing from an advanced race that you can probably get. We are destructive. We are murderous. We are lacking all the developmental skills that are built into the human. It's the lifestyle that, and I hear people say, we're the most advanced race. And I'm like, oh, that is so far from true. It's painful to hear that. We're not advanced. We aren't even awake yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. But there's no point in feeling inferior. When you're humanoid, you're humanoid. When you're human, you're human. And there are different varieties of humans, like different races, red, yellow, black, white. Well, there's other races out there in the cosmos, lots of them, uncountable numbers of them. And they feel just like we do. And they think just like we do. And they act just like we do in many cases. And then you have your advanced humanoid races. And then you have some that are even worse off than we are. But we're pretty low on the totem pole at this point. And so, the comment here, we're not less than, we're just different. That's absolutely true. We're just different. Have we developed? No, but we're different from a lot of those other races out there. And he or she, whoever Atticus is, there are probably other races that wish they had the ability to feel like we do. If you're humanoid, you feel like we do. Can you lose some of your basic abilities if you develop yourself to a certain degree? Yes. Yes, you can. If you, for instance, if you develop, I think I've mentioned this before, but it's a good example. If you develop your clairvoyance, your eyes get bigger, your brain gets a little bigger. If you develop clairaudience, your hearing is every cell in your body. If you develop your clairsentience, your feeling is every cell in your body is monitoring the entire cosmos, and the least little change in energy, you feel that. You feel that. So to say that they don't feel, or they don't have the ability to feel like we do, they don't have the programming that we have been programmed to think, feel, see, hear, etc. But they have these amazing abilities to feel far beyond what we do. And not that we couldn't develop that, but we haven't yet. So, we live on an unbelievably beautiful planet. It was beautiful, yes. There's not a single river that hasn't been destroyed that I know of. There is not a single forest that isn't under attack for one reason or another, being torn down, being cut down, whatever. Whether you're talking about the Siberian boreal forest, taiga, they call it, whether you're talking about the Amazon, whether you're talking about whatever forest used to be in the U.S., the Central American jungles are still kind of, they're being encroached on, but they're still kind of in play. The planet has almost been destroyed, and those beings who know how to use technologies, frequencies, plasma are absolutely against what we're doing to our planet. They're like, would you just grow up and stop destroying the planet? So it was beautiful. In a few places you can have a little square mile of beauty, but a lot of stuff on this planet is dying or being killed or destroyed outright. More than likely, we have lives in those advanced races, for we are multidimensional. That's true. We are. We're multidimensional, whether we have lives in any of those races or some others. There's not really, I'm going to say there's hardly anybody who just has a one-dimensional self. It's just not common. And once you understand the nature of reality and how we come to be, you can get your mind around that and go, oh, okay. So I hope that makes that whole thing a little bit more clear.
So this person says, it sounds like we sheep are valued for a God-given ability to experience love. That's what makes us such a special species, hands off God's sheep. And then somebody answered, using human eggs and sperm to create a hybrid is vile. Our DNA is our most precious asset, God-given, if you will. Creator did not create humans to be used as incubators for other beings. That is their interest in us and is why there is off-world humans trafficking and slave trade, baby-making farms and food for others. We are being used as a commodity by them to sell and trade at their will, not ours. Our will has been violated without our consent. Crimes against humanity is galactic, not just here on Earth. This is against natural universal law.
That is, I've heard comments like that before, so let me say a couple things. So that first line, it sounds like we sheep are valued for our God-given ability to experience love. Okay, so love is actually a force in the universe. It is not something that humans have developed or appropriated or have a special gift for. In fact, there's not nearly enough love in the human race that there could be. There's not nearly enough for what we need to be doing right now. And that's why we have the mess that we have. So the source that we come from, once you experience that in a full-blown entry into the Godhead, then you know what love is. And it's not what most people think. We humans have our little versions of love. If you have any kind of Madison Avenue ideas about love and romance, you might as well just put those aside, because that's not really love. Love is just this amazing, paralyzing force that brings things together. That's called love. So that is not specific to humans. Trees and birds and animals and fish and bugs and everything experiences love. Everything. Because everything is consciousness, and that love is embedded in the consciousness. So we are a special species. Yes, we're Earth humanoids. That's what makes us special. We're Earthlings. Hands off God's sheep. It's like, oh my God, we've been relegated to being sheep without a second thought. God doesn't have sheep. There's no God out there the way people think there's God out there. You're made of God. There's no guy out there. There's no woman out there either that would qualify as a God. And the idea that we have here on this planet that there's a God up there somewhere, that is just not correct. There is a God awareness, there's a God power, there's a God consciousness, it's inside. So forget the idea of being sheep. I mean, that's a religious thing designed to make some people feel bad and others feel good. Oh, you're in the goat category. You're bad. You're in the sheep. Well, you're stupid. So, that's leave off with all those kinds of labels. Using human eggs and sperm to create a hybrid is vile. Well, I guess if you believe in God the way Christians and people who are into Jesus believe in Jesus, then you can say that. But that's really your own projection, because God doesn't care. God is here to support and be the source of all creation. So whatever you want to create, you can create. And we do that with plants, we do that with animals, we do that with people. A hybrid is a way of strengthening. It's not a way of doing something evil. Our DNA is our most precious asset. Well, if you don't know about frequencies, then yeah, you could say that. But DNA turns on and off according to frequencies. So if you want to talk about hybridizing as being vile, let's talk about rock and roll, which turns your DNA on and off. Let's talk about other frequencies that turn your DNA on and off. We are dynamic creatures. The whole thing is dynamic. It's moving, shifting all the time. So to say DNA is our precious asset, yeah, it's precious in the sense that it is so responsive. It can adapt to anything you want to become. That's what's precious about DNA. God-given, if you will. Need I say anything more about God? Creator did not create humans. That's right. Stop right there. Creator did not create humans. We are self-organizing beings. I know that's going to be hard for some Christians to hear. We are self-organizing beings. So, and to be used as incubators for other beings, well, you know what? I have been an incubator for creating other beings 4 times now, and I wouldn't give up that experience for all the money in the world. I have created 3 girls and 1 boy. I was an incubator. And they're all amazing. So there's a statement in here, that is their interest in us and is why there is off-world human trafficking and slave trade. So, okay. So I think they're referring back to the humans used as incubators for other beings.
No, I think actually she's saying baby making farms and food for others. We are being used as commodity by them to sell and trade at their will, not ours, which apparently there is human trafficking. Our will has been violated without our consent. Crimes against humanity is galactic, not just here on Earth. This is against natural.
True. That is true. When you can't make babies because you have not continued to develop or maintain your reproductive abilities, you are going to have to make babies some other way in order to keep your demographics up, period. So the more advanced civilizations who treasure every life make babies in test tubes or in petri dishes or in simulators. And they do a fabulous job with that. They do a much better job than humans. And they follow up that child with full development. We have babies like they don't matter. It's really sad. So, but the statement I want to really respond to is there's off-world human trafficking and slave trade. Yep, there's on-world human trafficking and slave trade. Humanoids do that, and I have found that to be across the cosmos. Okay? The human or any other humanoid who can be co-opted into service is one of the cheapest robots you're ever going to find. It's the cheapest slave. And when you know how to manipulate consciousness, it's easy. So, yes, there is human trafficking and slave trade. It is on world and it is off world, and it has been going on at least since the days of Rome on this planet. So, it's not much new there. Be forewarned. I think I said in one of the earlier conversations about ETs, they're just like us in many, many ways. Okay? Our will has been violated without our consent. Yes, it has. And why? Because we have not developed any power. Because we don't pay attention. Because we're not attending to business. So, yes, we have been violated because our consciousness is about, that wide and about that deep. And and if you just want to sit on the couch and watch TV or read your romantic novels or whatever, I don't know what people do. That's not what I do. But, and probably we're moving away from that as a civilization a lot. We're leaving that whole 1950s through 1980s kind of lifestyle behind because it's too intense right now and everything is changing. So, yeah, develop yourself. Crimes against humanity is galactic, not just here on Earth. That is true. This is against natural universal law. Yes. Crimes against humanity are against natural human or universal law, natural universal law. And yeah, when I say it's time to develop and it's time to pay attention, I'm not fooling. We're putting out messages, oh, is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? What are we doing? We're advertising our presence here. Somebody can come here and take a look and say, oh, we got a whole planet full of people. If we could enslave a whole bunch of them. They don't know anything. They're not aware of anything. They wouldn't even know they've been picked up. So that's where we're at.
Somebody asked, are they coming to our planet solely to harvest genetic material from us?
No, not solely, but they do that. And that is something that every group does. And there are libraries. We have seed vaults here on the planet that has the DNA of a lot of seeds. There are the equivalent of genetic material. A lot of the ET races are really, it's so much easier to take a bit of genetic material that you have observed, and you know what it's going to look like, how it's going to sound, what it's going to act like, pretty much how it's going to unfold over time. And you keep libraries of that because it's a lot easier to go to the library and say, okay, we're looking for something that does this and does that and doesn't have this problem. And maybe we could deal with that problem over there. You go to your genetic library in order to create. People on the earth are just, they're still caught up in the God created us and we can't mess with that. But by gosh, we'll mess with everything else he created. The forests, the rivers, the mountains, the oceans. How do we explain that? That's a double standard. So, and to say they're harvesting genetic materials, yes, and they try to do that in the gentlest way possible. So that is in many of the cases, not in all of the cases. So what they're after, so let me tell a little wild story here. One of the people that we were talking to in the lab, which I read about later, was this gentleman who had these two tall, gorgeous, absolutely stunningly powerful and beautiful and sexy women. These two women appear in his bedroom one night, and basically he said, we had sex. Later, he said, I felt kind of like I was being raped. Later, it was clear that this was a way of getting genetic material directly into a species that can still collect and reproduce genetic material that would strengthen that group. And so they come down, they send these beautiful women down, and they do their sexual thing, and everybody enjoys it. And and both of them will likely get pregnant, and they choose who they're targeting very, very carefully for bloodline, for genetics, for historical energetics within that frequency system of that particular human. That is something that they are masters of. So, harvesting genetic material, yeah. Yeah, they do. And that is just part and parcel of keeping the humanoid species strong.
That might get a lot of eyebrows lifted, but okay.
Yeah.
Well, not the sex part, the idea that people have a hard time with hybridization. They really have a hard time. It's not okay.
I understand. Hybridization is something that has been given this aura of we should feel helpless when that is going on. And it's very difficult to get past that feeling of helplessness, a feeling of being taken advantage of. But we don't think twice about it when we're doing that with corn or with animals or with fish or with trees. We're messing around with that stuff all the time. So we just have very limited sense of responsibility, and we're wanting to limit others. And I agree that there's there are certain courtesies that could be extended, and very often they do extend. Well, we don't want to get into the whole sex thing, but one of these days we're going to have a conversation about why is there sex. So that's a really important kind of question that we have to look at and answer in a way that goes far beyond what we think is going on.
But what about if I wanted to know, for example, what happened Tartaria, what happened in Tartaria? And I would like to know what the Smithsonians and all these museums have hidden from us, because they actually know a lot more than we do, and all the libraries that were hidden away in the Vatican or Alexandria or whatever.
I know.
That's more it was more like a truth about our history that I was looking at. How do we know our truth? Our truth of what happened. Yes, it's subjective, because I can be watching a tree from this angle and somebody watches it from across the street and they get a different perspective of the tree. And I understand that there's subjectivity involved as well, So, yeah. But there's still an event, there's still a tree there. Like whether I watch it from this perspective or from another perspective, or do you understand?
Right.
So for me, it was
more, I do. And remember last time we talked about Tartaria and the history and all that, I said I had come across several things that said, well, obviously something happened. And I said, I think something happened in the 1800s or thereabouts. And then I think it was a day or two later, I was reading, and I did not stop and catch it. But whatever I was reading had a statement in it that said nobody talks about the disaster that happened in the 1800s. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I kept right on going. My thought was, there it is. I was right. But then I didn't stop and grab that. I was like, well, what is the matter with me? And that's what happens when you don't feel good. And I didn't feel good. But it was It's clear. The truth is that Tartaria existed. The truth is something massive happened on the planet, and we don't know what that is, but it involved mud for sure, and some sort of floods for sure, and some sort of disaster that was absolutely unreal. So we know that much. There's other things that we could probably know just by going to that time frame and just kind of being in that and letting stuff come. It would be the same kind of process as those little kids learning to read or learning to play tennis with a blindfold on. You just know and you let it come into consciousness. And when you have hit the real thing, then there's this reaction through all of you in which all of your cells respond as if, yep, and you become one with that experience. So, and most of us are not, we haven't developed our ability to recognize that moment when the body recognizes truth. I was watching that video that I sent you, the guy who was doing the little pendulum thing. He was checking pendulum, and I was watching him, and his body knew before the pendulum did. He started moving in a direction, and that is exactly what I have experienced. When I am asking the pendulum something, I let my body just do what it does, because the body knows. It's the same thing like when you're coming up to your door of your house in the dark, and you get out your key and you don't have the light on and you can't see, and the key goes right in the lock. And you're so shocked you pull it out, and then you're poking around like, what's the matter with me? Why didn't I? The body knows, but consciousness gets in there and messes things up. And it's that same kind of thing. It's just a smooth, absolutely, beautiful function with the body. So. I have a couple times thought, okay, I actually have been more focused on working on the whole planet, and rather than going to see what happened in Tartaria. But there's a part of me that's like, I want to, when I get some free time, I'm going to see what I can see. Yeah. And know what I can know. And I'll know when I hit something because the whole body responds. And there's this goosebumpy, your hair stands up kind of moment. It was, ooh. Oh, okay. So there's one thing. And you stop and you write that down, and then you go back to knowing. So the idea that you have to get into an altered state and that you can't move once you're in it, or you can't do some of your normal stuff, that's not true. Learn to move in and out of those states just as fluidly as you move in and out of the kitchen, or in and out of the car, or in and out of the state of mind that says, well, I need to type this document, or whatever. We are much more fluid than we allow ourselves to be.
But I agree with you. I haven't looked much into Tartaria because I'm wondering if it's actually important for me to know these things. But I'm still curious.
Yeah, I am too.
Yeah, I'm curious. But I know it's not, I think we're moving forward, that it's okay, that let it go. You'll figure it out at some point. But, but I'm still curious about it. But there's another thing I wanted to ask you, is that you've looked at a lot of people's lives. I mean, when you go back and do readings, you see past lives. Wasn't there some of them that would have lives and would have witnessed this? Do you remember seeing anyone who was in this kind of reset catastrophe, where there was flooding, where there was...
I have seen floods. I have seen disasters, some of them man-made, some of them not so man-made. But I have, most of what I've seen has been in big population centers, because those are what caused the most trauma for people. People who lived out in the country, in harmony with nature, and they're watching, and they learn to read nature and the signs. They're very much more practical, and they're very much more flexible. And especially if they're any of the Indians, when I say, or maybe I should say it this way, native peoples, whether they're native to northeastern Russia or southeastern China or native to Alaska or California or the Seminoles down in Florida, doesn't matter. The thing that I've seen is that when people live in harmony with nature, they don't suffer those kinds of disasters because they intuit and know that they're coming and they get out of the way. And that is why there's so little trauma from those kinds of things. Hands down, when I'm looking at past lives, once in a while, I'll go back way back in time and I'll see something that's way back there, thousands of years. But by and large, a huge number of people are dealing with the craziness that was the Middle Ages, from about 1200 to about 1800. Oh my gosh. And I think we're still in that. It's just been one bit of craziness and struggle for power after the next. And it's been, I don't want to blame anybody, but it's clear to me that the struggle for power and control over others is the rotten core of what's going on this planet. So a lot of trauma, a lot of people dealing with all the goofy rules. Goofy isn't probably the proper word. A lot of cruel rules, a lot of inhuman treatment of one another, a lot of insane demands that people behave in ways that are not natural. And that has caused an untold amount of trauma in the people that I deal with. It doesn't matter whether they're in the U.S. or in Spain or in North Africa or somewhere else. It's not good. And I'll leave it at that. The process of knowing truth is what the little men in brown robes called accepting or being willing to become or to, they said, you don't have any inner authority. We wait to be given permission. We wait to be told what to do. If you have inner authority, you don't wait for any of that. You do what you know is right, what you think is best. And that's what's gotten in the way of the process. And most of that has occurred through education. A serious taking away of our connection to Mother Earth, which is where most of our real education comes from. And a huge amount of loss of the wisdom, seeing the secrets of Mother Nature is really where it's at. And recognizing certain things, the stuff that I see that kids, I think I don't know hardly anything. And then I listen to kids today and I think, they really don't know anything. It's tragic. And I compare myself to like my dad, my grandpa, and their knowledge of how the world worked. Wow. And my mom and my grandma and the things that they knew how to do and the way that they thought and the way that they felt, it was absolutely, it was an honor to behold that kind of strength and that kind of courage. We have lost that strength and that courage.
So I get a little confused when I hear you say that because I'm of two minds of this because I'm not sure what to make of it. On some side, you mentioned in one of our talks recently that you had a friend who had been part of the pre-New Age movement and who had kind of been told, well, which is, not that long ago, that you needed to wait because we needed this new technology to assist in moving us forward.
Right.
But then there's also this narrative that says, oh, once upon a time, people knew everything already. So I'm a little, so did we need technology to evolve or were we more evolved? And so
yes.
I'm always a little bit So,
the whole thing that was happening with this friend of mine who the whole spiritualist movement was asked to shut down so that the technology would evolve. When you have a spiritualist kind of thing, it's sort of new agey, and some people will embrace it and some people won't. But when you have a planet full of people that need to develop technologies that will get them off the planet, that will heal them, that will educate them in a different way, that will offer them this whole new kind of transportation and a whole new kind of communication, and that will be for everybody, then you want to stop and develop that. So it's a like, okay, put this on hold, and now finally, we are beginning to really see the technology did not go far enough, fast enough for the majority. And the spiritualist thing has revived in the form of New Age, but it was totally co-opted by religion. And so most of the New Age ideas and concepts are just warmed over versions of religion. They aren't useful. They're not true. Speaking of truth.
so let me just one more question in there. So I have in the future, I can actually
Okay.
push this topic a little further. So there's this,
Okay.
there's a lot of people that criticize the way we live with understandably, but they say, let's get rid of the cell phone. Let's get rid of everything. Let's just all go back to nature and live in nature and live, without any of this. And then there's this other side that I know I'm going back to this two ideas, but then there's this other side that, do we need technology to evolve? Or is it just one way of evolving consciousness of a planet? Could the Indians, because people talk, the Native American Indians were so connected, it's amongst others also, were so connected, and they were connected to Mother Earth, and so they could have evolved nicely without technology. You could reach higher levels of consciousness and even leave the planet just with being connected to Mother Nature. Or do you understand my question? It's like,
Yeah.
is there like a midway between the two? Do you need both, or there's different ways to evolve?
If we had made other choices, then I would say we might have been able to develop and just use consciousness. Okay? But we didn't. We made other choices. And so here we are, this planet full of people that is in a very precarious position because the planet is not so much the planet. Well, the planet is unstable because earthquakes happen all the time, and our sun is also unstable, and we're moving through space at a fairly good clip. And so all of that, if we are a group of people who want to evolve, then you don't say, oh, it only has to be consciousness, or it only has to be tools. You want to evolve the whole thing. And as the consciousness evolves, the equipment evolves as well, and also becomes conscious. That's the piece that we haven't addressed so far. Other places, other races, other humanoids have developed their tools and their technology so that it is conscious. I don't know if we have enough time before things get messy. We'll see.
So let me rephrase my question again, just to make sure that
Okay.
I understood correctly. So people who are Aboriginals in Australia or who are Native Americans, and could they have made that leap without the technology? Could they have evolved just, in other words, is it another way of evolution, or there's a consciousness and that becomes more merging with technology that needs to happen in order to become a space-based civilization? That's my question.
Yeah. And what I would say is that if you have these indigenous peoples There's always going to be some in that group who can make that leap, but the rest are screwed. And so the technology is a way of saying, come on with us and keep on growing, keep on learning, new experience, new place, new safety, etc. So people do want to make something, they want to focus on one thing and all the rest is bad. Others are over here, this is a good thing and all that's bad. And it's too one-sided, it's too narrow. We need to expand everything. The consciousness is the first step. Everything will then change once the consciousness changes. Some of it is changing. We should probably do, a conversation or have a conversation in which we just talk about some of the new kinds of toys that are out there, the new kinds of designs that are out there and what they're based on, and maybe where we could go even further with some of that. So I love the technology. I am not afraid of it. I know what it can do. I know how important it is. And I love consciousness. And I know what that can do. And I'm not afraid of it. And I love Mother Nature. And here's the thing. Mother Nature is waiting for us to come back to the conversation. I've said that many times. And the answer is why? It's because she wants to share her secrets. All of the secrets are about frequency. I can't emphasize. And Levengood was learning a few things. There's a few others out there doing a few other things. If we continue on in a pace and at a quickened pace, we might be able to get there. And maybe we'll get some help.
Can I ask you a question? I'll ask you for the Pleiadians and maybe you know for other races. But are they playful? Are they playful?
Yes.
Do they like to laugh? Do they?
Yeah. They love music. They love dancing. They love movement. They love drama. They are just very, very creative, very gentle, very powerful. It's really a wonderful civilization in many ways. It's different, but it's very wonderful.
Do you know if they started out a little bit like an Earth civilization? Is it an example of the same kind of evolution?
This is my opinion. So they've been around for like a couple billion years. They have their creation stories, but they very clearly see the that the nature of reality is frequencies, that there's this magnificent and huge ocean of intelligence and frequencies that make energy and so on and so forth. And so the creation myths that we have are really more about individuals who grew up within the system and made some sort of magnificent difference in the evolutionary process. So that's so I, in learning those, came to see that we've come a long way, kind of thing. But the beginnings are so far distant that I don't know that anybody's really got a handle on that.
I didn't know that it was an older civilization. I thought it was more of a younger one. So
Oh no, they're old. They have figured out how to survive, and they are all about teaching that survival to other civilizations who are facing extinction. And that's where we are on this planet.
You don't say that very often, that we are on the
No.
verge of extinction.
I know. And I don't like to say it, but that is the truth.
have we been on this verge of extinction for a while, or is it just like in the last 100 years? Okay, we're not evolving. How, or it's thousands of years? Is it because my understanding from what we've spoken about before is that each civilization kind of gets, not kind of gets, but there seems to be a pattern of a certain number of years. I don't remember, it was 50,000 years or something that.
Yeah, generally.
And that, are we
Yeah.
at the cups of that? Is that why you say that it's that make it or break it?
Let me say it this way. There's at 50,000 years, the whole thing sometimes just goes out, just ends, mercifully so. But over the course of that 50,000 years, there are multiple points of potential evolution, doorways that we could step through and become much more powerful, much wiser, much more peaceable, etc., much more long-lived or long-lived. That we're at one of those points now. And I think it's really important to see that that one of the goals of the Pleiadians has been to evolve the consciousness to get ahead of these cyclical disasters that happen and get people to get off the planet. It doesn't take 10, 12,000 years to figure out how to build a spaceship. You evolve the consciousness and you begin to be able to evolve the engineering and the understanding of energy and consciousness. And once you can do that, then you don't need metal or you don't need, rocket fuel. You don't need big rockets to, pump you out into space. That isn't the way that it works best anyway. So here we are. We still have a little bit of time before the next difficulty arises, and I think we should take advantage of it because I think we will survive, and that's just where we're at. I wish I could say it a little nicer, a little less directly. I'm not sure how I could color that. Okay, let's leave it be.
I'd just like to ask you something about, for example, the Pleiadians. You said assisted in seeding maybe this current civilization, and that they watch, and then you can understand why they would watch and want to push it along, because it's like a parent relationship that you want to help your. But if we're so unevolved, why is it that, for example, the other invasive more races, what do they want to have to do with if we're so unevolved? Well, what is their interest in humanity?
Because we've come a long way, because we've come far enough to be able to take another step. We are unevolved, but only compared to them. For us, we could make this amazing step and really have a wondrous civilization and wonderful, wonderful technology and people who are cared for. That's really one of my goals, is that people understand how to care for one another, how to nurture one another, how to hear one another, how to see one another. Those are important things. In the evolutionary process, if nobody's recognizing what you're evolving, how you're evolving, then you end up giving up. I'm not getting anywhere. That's not true. There's been quite a bit of progress, and we have made some wonderful steps, and that's been just over the last, I'm going to say 50 years. Roughly 50 years.
I'm not sure that I asked my question correctly. So when I asked you that the Pleiadians are interested in our evolution because it's like a parent-child relationship, what are the invading races, the ones that perhaps don't have such a good intention towards humanity, what do they want? Why are they here? What is it that they see that some people, I'm asking because some people say, yeah, they see humans as food, they see slaves, they see, they want to come and live here, they like the planet, they want to, so there's a few different, I don't know which is real or not, but there's a few different reasons. So what is your impression of why are they trying to invade? What do they want?
Power. There are people among the advanced races who are very powerful and who want, in their own way, to keep the peace. They want to be able to supply themselves. They want to be able to have total control and total say because they think their way is the best way. It's almost the same as some of the humans here. They think their way is the best way. They want total control. They want power. They want things to stay peaceful, and they want it to be their way. Period. It's almost across the board in civilizations that appreciation of power and having resources. Those are very, very important to a lot of beings, a lot of people. There are beings who have evolved their technology, but their consciousness is not quite as far as their technology. And there are beings who have extraordinary technology and extraordinary consciousness. So you get an interesting mix, always.
And also there's the fact that there's probably more than one race that is interested on the planet of taking resources from the planet. So it's not just like, just the Pleiadians or just the Dracos, let's say. There's probably lots of others that are, I'm assuming, that are looking to take their hand or their share or even help in another way, or.
Yeah, one of the questions that I asked myself for a long time after I started seeing all of the life that I've had elsewhere was, well, if we can make anything we want to make or manifest almost anything we want to manifest, why do we have to go bother somebody else's planet? But that I think is not valid for the Pleiadians. And maybe I'm only biased because that's, those are my people. But that whole concept is not maybe the way that other people are coming here. Pleiadians are coming here because they did seed here, and they are responsible for helping that evolutionary process. But there's other beings who are seeing that we are not awake and we're not very evolved, and they're trying to get a toehold and get control before we get into our power. And then once they can cut that off or interfere with that process of coming into our power, then they have total say. Exactly what they're looking for. Total control. So let's talk about AI, the thing that everybody's freaking out about. Among the advanced races, artificial intelligence is extremely important for diagnostic and analytic purposes, both personally and scientifically. Now, we have committed to an ethical civilization. That makes all the difference in the world. I don't know that the US or China or Russia or any of the countries here has the ethical position that makes AI safe. It's out there, but we'll see. Among the advanced races, everyone has and uses AI in many, many ways. Everyone is scientifically literate, but the highest honor goes to those who raise children. And lifespan is very long, hundreds of years at least. So let me go back to the AI being used in many ways. There are so many things that you would need in a Pleiadian household. Okay? You need to, I'm going to say, synthesize let's back up a step. Okay, let's say that you have applied to have children and you are given a child to raise. Child has been raised to some extent, but not everybody can raise children, okay? And that is the top honor, top position of power among Pleiadians. So you have applied to have a child, to raise a child, and you get approved for that. Now this child needs to have food or sustenance that is specifically matched to his or her frequency set to maximize the development, to maximize whatever nutrition is required. And you need to have an AI-based computer that will sense what's in that field of that child, and therefore what kind of sustenance, which is usually a cream of some sort, or a paste of some sort, that is that's going to nurture that child perfectly. So there's no destruction, no depression, no anger, no frustration in that child, because no inflammation. That's, here humans do not understand that most of their depression is a result of inflammation, massive amounts of inflammation in the body. So that's just one application. Let's say that your household, which provides you with light and keeps the atmosphere clean and warm and etc., regardless of what conditions are going on outside, you need an AI-based home analysis system, if I could call it that, to make sure that your home is running smoothly. And that system is going to adjust frequencies. It's not going to adjust thermostats. It's going to clean your air. It's going to do all sorts of things. Let's say that you want to study the evolution of a planet somewhere else in the universe, and the beings who came from that, if there were any, et cetera, et cetera. AI will allow you to track back, focus on that planet, track backwards to the time you want to look at, and then forward, walk you forward, looking at the evolutionary process that happened in, on, and around that planet between whatever time you started with and whatever time you want to look at. So there's different ways of using AI, and it's just a base for how a lot of things get taken care of. I want to say again that everyone has a science background. Frequencies are important. But the highest honor goes to those who raise children, and everyone is very creative, extraordinarily creative. And that's with art and music and drama and literature, if you can call it literature, etc. So lots of diversity among those people. In terms of everyone being scientifically literate and creatively encouraged and having their consciousness really nurtured, then they turn around and they work with that AI to do all sorts of things. And when I wrote this, there's really no other term other than the words quantum computer to describe what we have back there, but I wouldn't say it's actually quantum computing, because that's an Earth term that is very limited compared to what we have. So when I look around here, on this planet at this time, Earth, and what's happening, and all the stuff happening with Trump, it's pretty clear to me that for instance, we are using AI, and that is part of the QAnon process, that ability to track backwards and track forward and see exactly what's going to happen and on what dates and everything associated with that. That is really an important tool that may keep us out of what I'll call slavery, or keep us out of civil war, if we can listen and think and be wise. There's a lot of stuff happening here right now, and we have this amazing tool, and of course mainstream media is poo-pooing that big time, but it's there and it is being used.
Is there any way we could find out why is it that it was implemented at this time, and why, and who implemented it? Because it started just after Trump was elected at a very specific time. So
Yeah,
who had that kind of technology? And,
I don't know, but I have some guesses. So I think that they have had, I know that they have been working with other races for at least 50 or 60 years. And we have had, I'm going to say, the invitation, and this came from the Venetians. Venus had some people who came here and tried to talk us into giving up our nuclear stuff and really developing more spiritually, and they didn't go for that, but the invitation stood. And so either Venus or some of the Pleiadians, I think there was a message that was put out that said, we need you, we need your help, we need your technology, this is what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and wake people up in a major way, and that's where Trump comes in. And that is, don't quote me on that, those are my speculations in terms of who is actually working with Trump and the whole Trump team, which is very, very small, I might add. But when you have AI at your fingertips, you don't need a lot of team. You need a lot of guts to implement what you see and to ask the right questions. The right questions will get you the right answers. Although there are some flaws in an AI system that you have to be careful of. Everybody, well, I shouldn't say everybody knows what those are. Those flaws would be that you're the asker, and it's your question, and it's your field that is filtering that question to the AI system, and that system is responding to your field, you the individual. That's an important piece. If somebody else asks that same question, they might get a different answer. And so you have to, what do they call it? Triangulate what is the best way to proceed when you have, say, 10 people or 12 or 20 people asking questions, and everybody's getting answers. They're kind of together, but they're specific for the individual. So very, very, let's not get into too many details around AI, because there's things that I certainly do not know, but I do have some memory of what we did with it in other places. So if I can say it like that. Those are very hidden channels. We have connections. It's not something that is that difficult to achieve. We're working with them, and they communicate with one another as well. So
when you say we're working, for me, what goes is like the big shot governments or the big shot scientists. It's not like we as humanity Just and that's what registers.
Yeah. I should probably
Yeah,
qualify
because
that.
yeah,
We, the U.S. political or government, I deeply suspect is working with a set of advanced races. I think China may be working with a different set. I don't know about Russia. And there may be a couple of other places. I think Brazil is working, maybe Argentina as well.
but and all that to say is that if everybody has the same, like for example, there's a big thing about the looking glass, and that I saw an old interview, and the guy was saying that this one government, they kept seeing the same outcome, and they were trying to change the outcome, and they couldn't change the outcome, which is why they actually stopped using the looking glass, because they saw that they couldn't change it. And then I think it was Carrie Cassidy that interviewed one of the scientists that worked on it, and she said, well, what did you see? She says, well, he says, I couldn't see anything, but I came to realize that it was an awakening in consciousness that they didn't want to happen. And so they were trying to change the future by using so that's what I saw. But it might be something else. But if you think that, I don't know, is there a one timeline outcome that is going to happen, or is there still many? So that's already another.
That's really encouraging. Thank you for sharing that, because that says, okay, we succeed. We just have to keep going.
But this was 20 some odd years ago. No, she did the interview 10 years ago, and it was before 2012, so at least 10 years ago. And that's what they were saying, was that the powers that be wanted to change the future, and they couldn't. And they kept pushing, mirror, mirror on the wall, what's the outcome of this? And if I do this, and if I do this. And they couldn't, mathematically, with all their quantum computing, they couldn't change the outcome. And he says, I didn't know what they wanted. I didn't know what the outcome was. I could send you the link to the interview. It's actually very interesting. And he said, all I know is at the end, they stopped using the looking glass because they couldn't change the future, because it was said that the future, no matter what they try to do, will go to that awakening.
That is wonderful. So I would say, in hearing that it reminds me of what the Low Men in Brown Robes said. The only thing that's non-negotiable, the only thing you cannot escape, is the evolution of your own consciousness. So there's hope. Maybe I'll look back and say, I succeeded, or we succeed. I don't want to take credit. I'm just doing my little piece, because there's really a whole team here that's working on that. So we succeeded in waking people up, or what did he say? They couldn't change consciousness?
They couldn't change that. The awakening of consciousness could not be changed. They wanted to keep everybody in the dark. They wanted to keep everyone control, and they couldn't change it. Yeah. And that was his impression that he got at the end after more research, and because they wouldn't tell him. It's like, so why am I looking for? If you would tell me, I would be able to. They wouldn't tell him. And then he surmised, after working with them for so long, that's what it was. And then they shut down. They say they shut down the project, but he says. And then Carrie Cassidy asked, how do you know they did it? He's like, well, if you keep looking in the mirror and it keeps telling you the same thing, after a while, you could try to play around.
Yeah.
So my next question with that would be, how you're part of a team of people who come to help. Are there many teams from the Pleiadians or elsewhere that are also here? Like, did the Pleiadians send more than one team of, I don't know how many people are in the team?
Yeah.
And do other races also say, well, we also want to help? Because you said there was at least five races that seeded. So I'm assuming that there's five fatherly, motherly figure looking down and seeing what's going on, So can you say?
That's really true. There's about 200 people on my team, and we're scattered all around the planet. Everybody's has been very intensely focused on what they're here to do, and has really done an amazing job. There are a couple other teams that I know of that are really very critical at this point in time. There's, believe it or not, some of the Arcturians are dealing with the financial stuff. Some of the Syrians, I'm losing my voice here. Some of the Syrians are dealing with the raising of consciousness in the military, which you would think would be like how does that work? That kind of thing. But you want a strong and awakened military, very high consciousness, because you only want them as defense. They don't go on the offense. And so that's really important. Yeah, there's some teams here working hard.
I could ask you if you've met any of them or how you know about them, but could you answer
Yes,
that?
I could, but I wouldn't. I don't want to give away their positions because some of them are really high up there.
But you have talked with some of them, so you're aware of what they are. They aware of what they are, or are they going
Yes,
about like a human?
they are. They are aware. They have been aware. Some of the stories of their lives are just amazing. Um, I wrote about one in, I think it was volume 2, Consciousness and Energy. Robert, that's not his real name, but he is part of the UN in Davos, and we stay in touch. And he is very aware of trying to avert an utter disaster politically, and in terms of war, and in terms of consciousness. We have had a number of conversations. We'll leave it at that.
So some people can, because you yourself, when you came and you incarnated, you had a few memories, but you were pretty much, as you mentioned, like a regular human being, reading novels and, like
Yeah,
just going
right.
about your life. You seem to be very,
Yeah,
like, a regular human being, like all.
yeah.
But then, and then at some point, because of Kundalini, you started to wake up. But is it like that for a lot of the people who are here, or do some actually incarnated immediately as a child remember, okay, this is what I'm here to do? Is there like tweakings that can happen, or the human experience that when you incarnated, the lights go out for everybody?
Pretty much the lights go out for almost everybody. Some will have a leaning or a tendency right from childhood on. Robert and I met, well, let me just say, when he came back from the ship, where he had been cross-examined as to why he wasn't doing what he came here to do, his own decision was to divorce his wife, leave his entire life behind, and work to make this do what he came here to do, to actualize his mission. Almost every single one of us, this is part of the team planning. It's kind of like, I imagine, SEAL Team 6, okay, except there's 200 of us. And we've got a mission, and we're going all down, and we stagger our times so that there's a couple of waves of people, and so you pick your time and your place, and you set up your teammates and people who are going to work with you to create a particular experience that will move you in a direction and force you to make a decision of some sort. That decision is almost always going to be, oh, I'm going to make this happen on this planet. I'm making this happen. And so that is pretty much how it works. And some of the team members are really they have been very powerful people.
Do they
they're so good.
Do
and they know
find
it.
each other? Do they find each other at some point? Like your friend Robert, and I don't know which team he's from, but do they? Could it be that you never find out how, like, that if you're part of something, or?
Yeah, you can do your work and never know what you're doing, except that you'll know that you're driven to do it. Now, because I'm sort of a team lead here, I have awareness of quite a few of the members of the team and what they're doing and how they're doing, and et cetera, et cetera. And I don't have to do anything with that. I just have to know. And so I kind of try to stay in touch and encourage people when I see that they're struggling with their own mission, etc.
So there's many of those teams from many races that we could say that humanity is not left with, all this craziness going on. That there is
That's right.
There is a movement to try to assist us so that we can move along.
Yeah, there are, and I think it's really important to reiterate what I've said in other conversations, that there are teams here to take apart the old system. And then I'm part of the team to help build a new system, or help to shift the consciousness to being able to build a new system. So, and the teams that are here tearing things apart are doing a really good job right now. It's like, could we do it a little slower, a little easier, a little more gently? But the resistance to that, the resistance to the change in consciousness has been massive, and so the response has had to be massive as well.
All right, I could go on and on these topics, but we'll continue on our advanced races.
Okay.
We'll try to finish our 6 slides.
Entertainment. I started to say something about this before. Entertainment. Advanced races do not sit down and watch TV. They don't go to movies. They don't. They aren't voyeuristic in their nature. Humans are very voyeuristic, which means they just want to sit back and watch. And entertainment is best. Advanced races think of it as real life drama, and so groups will come together and they'll plan out a drama, and then they'll each act out a role. They'll choose their own role, and it'll just be like a stage play that they're having fun with. Some of that is historical drama for their history. Some of it is future. Let's see what we could create. And in the middle of the play acting, somebody gets a brilliant idea. And so that's their idea of fun and entertainment. The other is dancing, and especially among the Pleiadians, and music, and that is where some of my very first memories came from, being aware of being on board the ship in this gigantic room where there were 30 or 40 people in a weightless environment, and we were dancing. And if I had to give it an analogy, it would be like we were fish in a giant fishbowl, and we were moving around one another in this very sensuous, very exotic kind of motion. And the goal was to be aware of every single other body and its position in space. And so this is an exercise that is both entertainment, and it keeps your consciousness tuned in, and it's a very important exercise for those of us who are part of this team. And being aware, keeping an ear, keeping an eye, what's going on with those guys? How are these? You're not bumping into anyone. You're not wasting time duplicating anyone. You're not tripping over anyone. You're not in this fluid environment. You're not crashing into somebody and causing bruising or whatever. And that dancing, I became aware of that when I was maybe 25. And I was aware that I had been doing that on a regular basis. So I loved that.
But you did it.
I loved it.
You did it out of body. You didn't do it with your physical body when you would go.
Yeah, you're on board the ship.
You're on board the ship.
You're not in the body.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it is the most wonderful form of movement. It's like exercise and pleasure and creative and awakening of kind, all in one. It's just amazing. It's an amazing kind of sport. It is a sport. And the only thing that I've seen that even comes close to it has been synchronized swimming at the Olympics. So very, very similar, except much more freestyle for us. and not what is that when they call it orchestrated or not choreographed. We were very much moving freestyle, and that is the goal, is to be able to track 40 or 50 consciousnesses and how they're moving all at one time. That's part of the learning process.
So I just realized that you've spoken about this incident, not incident, but that you go dancing there. And I always have a hard time imagining, what do the people look like? So are you just like a big blob of light and colors of frequency, or do you have actually a body, another body when you go out of, okay, so you understand my question.
Yeah.
You have another body there.
I do. Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little skinnier. I'm not very big this lifetime as it is in terms of human, but that body is even more slender. I don't think it has 5 fingers. The head and the eyes are a little bit different, but it's basically humanoid.
That's a typical Pleiadian? They all look like that, or is it just?
No, you take on certain forms for certain exercises. And that is something that we humans don't really do. They have one form, and when it's over, it's over. And that's not the way we do it. We have a variety of different forms that we can take on. And some forms are very good for some activities, and other forms are good for others.
That was very interesting. I've never heard you talk about this before. About the changing of form. That's very interesting. Because I realized I don't know what you look like. I was like, well, what does she look like when she's dancing? What does she see other people look like? And then I realized, what do the Pleiadians look like? You know, like, would I recognize if a Pleiadian came not through a physical body, but just appeared, would I recognize them as a humanoid? Would they look human? Same eye?
Yeah, well, it depends. You know, if you put on your what I'll call it's more humanoid form for your everyday stuff. That's one thing. But when you want to exercise, maybe you're going to go to this little skinny gray thing. That's very, very slender and very graceful, and works very well in a weightless environment. So it's kind of like putting on athletic gear. That's the best I can describe.
But
no, there's hair on some of them. There's hair on like the everyday Pleiadian at home. Has hair and beautiful eyes, and they're tall and stately. But these forms for exercise do not have any hair. You can't be bothered with hair. So, yeah, it is. And that's just part of the difference between what we consider as normal every day and what humans do as their normal every day.
And you recognize each other because of your frequency. Because if you're always looking different, I mean, we recognize our features, but if I look different, I don't know if people would recognize me anymore. But
yeah, you recognize the frequency set, so that you're bouncing off of all those frequencies that you're coming into contact with, and there's an instant recognition. It's just normal. Like we recognize somebody because of their hair and their height and their color and their talk and their walk. We humans do that. But among other advanced races, that's not how it's done. There is some of that, but mostly it's a frequency thing. And I will say this, that in certain how do I say it? In certain environments, you don't want to have certain bodies. Those bodies don't work very well in certain environments. So each body is is configured for the environment that it's going to work in.
So if a Pleiadian wants to come here to assist Earth, do they need to incarnate into it, like go through the incarnation and move into a physical body, or could they just come here with one of their many bodies?
They can come here. They can come here in a ship, get off the ship, and be part of, as long as they can keep themselves kind of disguised a little bit. Yeah, they can. Sometimes the atmosphere has to be adjusted a little. Otherwise, they get what I'll call asthma, the difficulty breathing, getting the right air. But in most of the advanced races, you carry your own personal atmospheric device, and that makes whatever kind of atmosphere around you that you need. And that's just part of your like your watch and your earrings and stuff like that.
Okay, you clarified something that I was trying to get at before, and I forgot to make sure that people who from other civilizations who come here don't need to just reincarnate. They could both reincarnate to be part of the humans, but they could also come on a ship or any other way that they could
absolutely
come through, not portals, but through gates or whatever. They could move here in different ways.
Yep, that's right. And they do. We've already talked about consciousness can be transferred to a new body, and dead bodies can be restored if they're not too damaged. Okay? Your mind is simply a matrix of fields easily manipulated by those who understand frequencies. Let's see, the eyes are the key to accessing a wider range of light, and therefore a wider range of dimensions and information. So you can see things out there in the soup, and then information coming from the soup can also trigger what I call the mind's eyes, or your clairvoyant skills, and you should have a little whiteboard in your back of your mind that you can watch things on, and you develop that intentionally and on purpose. So stuff comes in from the soup and it shows up on that board, and you have a vision or you see a scene. As one develops skill with the eyes do enlarge, and you see that in quite a few of the advanced races. They have big eyes. Because, man, you can see everything, and you can manifest using those eyes. That's why they're so big and so powerful. And so to manifest, you have to be able to see into the soup and intend that a certain arrangement of frequencies takes shape, a certain matrix comes into being, and then you hold that long enough so that it actually becomes physical matter. So if humanoids on a given planet die out, other forms of life still on that planet will continue to evolve, and that's how you get races such as reptilians, mantids, cat people, raptors, etc. Those are whoever's left without the hassle and the distractions of being caught up in competition or threatened, their life being threatened, and therefore always having to be on the defense. Whoever is left and is free of all that is free to develop their consciousness tremendously, and sometimes that's a bug. So let's see. So let's go on to number 5. Among advanced races, they understand that everything is frequency. Everything. Frequencies maintain good health and function. Humans need to eat bulky foods in order to get the needed frequencies. ETs eat a paste that they imprint the frequencies into. It's much more nutritious. It's not nearly as pretty as some of the meals that you'll see made up here for humans, but it's far more potent nutritionally. And as new ways of taking in frequencies are developed, the mouth shrinks, the body shrinks, the sexual organs shrink, and the ability to give birth shrinks. So the body is a use it or lose it affair. And when you have a group of people who say, okay, we're going to evolve, and they begin, for instance, some of the beings that that I have run into, for instance, I'll say, they have the ability to just sort of, I'm working on this right now, actually, myself, but I think I've got it almost. You get very, 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 very quiet, and you breathe in, and you're intentionally bringing in frequencies from the soup, from all around you. In other words, we are an energy system with boundaries. So you let those boundaries down for just a moment, and you let the soup just fill you up. And then you sort of filter yourself out of that and keep going. If your stomach needs energies, it needs frequencies, then you target your stomach. If your shoulder is aching, you target your shoulders so the pain goes away. If it's your foot or your hip or your back or whatever, it's a combination of positioning, motion and positioning, and intentional breathing in very consciously. And so we'll see how that goes. I do have a friend who no longer eats, a couple people that I know who no longer eat, haven't eaten for years, haven't lost a pound. They're just perfectly sized and shaped. What are they doing? They're taking in energy directly from the soup. So, let's
Just out
go
of curiosity, did they start doing this consciously, or they just suddenly they knew this was possible, or it's just, well, I decided not to eat and it just happened? Like, was there like a conscious intention to?
With one, there was a conscious intention. With the other, it was more of waking up one day and saying, I don't think I'm going to eat. And just continuing with that position. So the last time I talked to him, which was maybe a year ago, maybe a year and a half, it had been like 3 years, maybe 3 years. And just extraordinary. He was just, I mean, he said, well, I can have a little tea now and then. And that is actually the same thing I heard from the other person, is she'll have a little tea now and then. There is a process that is taught. I do have the process for that, but I do not live in the right place to be able to carry that out, because after you begin learning to take in energy directly through the eyes, from the soup through the eyes, you then have to anchor that energy by walking barefoot on the planet, on sand, for 1 hour every single day. And I think it's for 9 months. And so I did the whole thing with it, learning to take in energies through the eyes, but I'm not walking barefoot in the winter on bare ground. There's too much snow up here. And they do say in the instructions, if you want to finish this program, you need to move to a place where the weather is tropical or is compatible with walking barefoot on bare ground for 1 year. It's either 9 months or 1 year. So yeah, it is. There are people, it's a technology, a technique or set of techniques that you can follow and learn to do, and they work pretty well, evidently. More than one person. The only two that I know of, and one, the woman I've really lost touch with over the years. That's probably been 10 years or more, but the other guy is a friend of mine who lives right here in Kalamazoo. So, when you no longer eat, and let's say that you begin to evolve yourself, and the whole planet, let's say the whole population begins to do that, eventually you end up looking like some of those ETs that you see out there. Great big eyes, hardly any nose, no mouth to speak of, hardly any ears. Why? Because they don't use them. They don't need them. They're taking in energy and everything right through the eyes. The consciousness is doing it all. So, so let me go on to number 6. Among advanced races, writing literally creates three-dimensional forms. And they do have equipment, I'll call it pens. They're not exactly, they don't function like our pens, but when you write with them, you get a three-dimensional form in midair. And you'll play with that form. The only reason you would write something is so that you can experiment with the form. So let me give you an example. If you write the word house with one of these pens, the words actually form, or these pens actually form a house. You've written the word house, but it comes out shaped like a house. And then you experiment with the house. How does this house react? Because all things are considered alive and living and reacting. What happens when I put this in the house? What happens if I do that? What happens if I put these people together? What happens about over here and da-da-da? So the writing is more of a construction, literally construction kind of project. So that's one thing about writing. What you write literally creates the action in the word. I guess I just said that. Telepathy is standard communication. Mouths are very small and not very strong, so it's almost all telepathy. And words are used only within a context. Thus, whole treatises can be conveyed in maybe 5 words or less. And so the best analogy I can think of with the humans and the writing of advanced races is that humans have a whole book. We'll have a book, or we'll have a whole, packet of papers. and it'll be filled with words, all kinds of words that we type out or write out. Advanced races will have a word that stands for a concept that can be communicated telepathically, that contains an entire story. That could be a historical story. It can be a medical concept that has certain information and facts in it. It can be an informational thing, something that's happening. Let me use the Eskimo idea of 26 or 36 different words for the word snow, because their discernment around snow is so finely developed. They have all these different words to describe different kinds of snow, which is going to then describe different conditions in the atmosphere. And advanced races have the same thing. They have one of these symbols, looks kind of like hieroglyphics, and that is the symbol for a concept that contains all sorts of information and action and challenges and problems that have been resolved and conclusions as a result. So it's a whole different way of using writing. Number 7, this is the last one. Among advanced races, it is known that there are many kinds of light, and they're all moving at different speeds. There's all kinds of light out there. Dark matter or dark energy is very dense light moving at extremely high frequencies. So high that it's almost solid. So dark matter, dark energy, those are terms that physics is actually trying to get away from. But they're useful in saying it's light that is such an intensely high frequency that we can't see it, so it looks dark. So human speech and thought This is so important. Human speech and thought convert dark energy into plasma. Why? Because the words coming out of our mouths they are sound, they are frequency. They impact the soup. They create dynamic forms, and those forms become plasma, and those plasmas create form. And you can see that in orbs all the time. Orbs are the result of a creation that somebody created with their mouth, opening their mouth, talking. And so you'll see sometimes in a room full of people where there's been a lot of talk, there's these orbs floating all over. In some old cities, the air is thick with them. I have photos of, it's like, holy cow, you'd think you'd be getting hit in the head as you walk down the street. Yes, you are. And those impact you. So undisciplined speech and undisciplined thought are considered by the advanced races to be kind of like what we consider trash, something that messes up the fields of frequency. So they tend to be very silent, very quiet, unless and until they have something that they really want to speak, really want to create. And anything else is interference. And then plasma becomes matter via consciousness. Consciousness does it all. Plasma responds to matter. Plasma responds to consciousness. Consciousness shapes plasma, and the result is that it's what we end up with is all sorts of physical conditions. Why? Because the body is listening, but the body's not the only thing listening. So is everybody in your city. So are all the trees. So are all the birds and the bugs and the animals. Everything is listening. So watch what comes out of your mouth. Be creative, be powerful.
About the eyes here, like a lot about how the eyes work. And at some point, I'd like you to think if it would be possible for you to give a picture of what you see. Because I see shapes, and then you often talk about, you put your eyes into the frequency soup, or you go see in somebody's life, and you go, and I asked you this before, and I don't think my question was clear. What do you see? Do you see shapes? Do you see things? Like, I see a shape. What do you see?
I see shapes, but that's not all I see. Okay, so I see all the stuff that everybody else sees. But I also see the frequency system that makes up that shape and how much light that is generating, if any, how much activity is in that, and where that activity is going on or not, as the case might be and should be. I see rivers of energy. I see sometimes multiple dimensions overlaying one another is probably the best way to say it. I see sometimes the other day there was some there are lightning strikes that can happen in one's individual field. And so I was noticing that I had a couple of lightning strikes in my own energy field, and that is something I haven't seen for quite a long time. And when I saw that, my thought was, oh, that's a plasma. That's plasma. That usually means something is happening in the energy system. And so I was very intrigued by that. So I'm always watching. When I go to sleep at night, quite often I will have dreams that are simply not really dreams. They're just me and other experiences in other dimensions. And you see even more stuff. So it's really, sometimes I lay in bed at night and I watch the rivers of current and the fields and the particles of light moving or flickering. There's some beautiful, beautiful, stunning uh, energy events or energy. The soup is very dynamic, put it that way, and it's extraordinarily beautiful. And so I'll watch some of that. It's I see a lot of things. It depends also where I want to focus. If somebody says, well, what do you see for this? Like, Nellie's forever coming up to me and saying, Mom, I want you to look at this. And so I'll stop for a minute and I'll look. I usually close my eyes so that I can see better. And when I do, and you have that intention, this is what I'm looking at, then I just watch what appears on my screen and see what is the answer to that question, or what may be pertinent, etc. So that is just something that I've been doing for 40 some years now. So depends on what is happening as to what I see, what I need to see, what I want to see, etc., etc. Sometimes I'll put on a YouTube program and I'll listen to it, but I'll be non-moving. I won't be watching it. I'll be just listening. And I will be watching my screen to see what comes up on my screen in response to that talk or that information or whatever it is. And so, that's how I use my consciousness.
Just to wrap it up, because you talked a little bit about it at the beginning, what is your reluctance to talk about this? And what do you hope to see by talking about this? And to see for others, but that you don't want it, because I'm wondering, like, I'm listening to you talk and I'm like, well, people who are not going to come to your classes or come to your talk, like as a seer, they might start seeing you also very differently. And I'm like, well, maybe you don't want to be seen differently. Maybe you like to be seen as Penny Kelly, that writes books.
I do.
And, yeah. So
yeah,
maybe you'd like to remain in that. So I was wondering, well, is that one of the reasons that you also didn't want to talk, because you actually like the current, how you're perceived right now? Because it might change that, it might.
Yeah. I've had two concerns, which I mentioned. One was that I've seen, or I've been aware for a long time, that Wernher von Braun's warning may come to pass, and that there may be false flag attacks styled to look like ET attacks, and then ETs would be on sort of on the shit list, if I could say that, excuse my French. And I didn't want to be on anybody's list of bad people, number one. That was the main thing. The other thing that really has concerned me is when people know that I have been in other places, they're liable to end up saying, well, that's why she can do all those things. And they'll think that they can't because they're only human, or they think they're only human. And what I'm saying is that what I hope to get across is that the evolutionary potential in the humanoid system is consistent across the board. And it's really important for people to step into that place of power where they can see what their own potential is, and they can understand it and they can grab onto it. I don't want people to say, well, it's hopeless for us because she's got some different background. And what I'm saying is, no. I could have all that background. I could still be here as an ordinary human, and none of that Kundalini stuff could have happened, and et cetera, but it did. And then once it did, then I realized, because I cannot even begin to communicate how unlimited your knowing can be. And it is unlimited for the first 3, 4, 5, 6 years. Once you have that experience, there's then then I don't know, maybe I should just be quiet. Once you have that experience, what you know is that that potential exists in every single human. And most humans are very slowly advancing their consciousness. People meditate, they're trying to get there. People set up classes, they take classes, they're trying to get there. They focus on something really hard for a while, they're trying to get there. They pray, they try to live good lives, they open themselves to unusual experiences, or they have unusual experiences, and they end up realizing, oh, there's something more than I thought. There's something more to reality than I was taught. And that begins or takes the process another step.